seats. Good morning. Are you able to hear? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all energized because today we are here to spark a powerful conversation about something electrifying. That is the role of women in energy sector. First, let me take a moment to thank each of you for joining us at this pivotal session. Women in Energy, Empowering Change and Driving Innovation. The fact that you are here is a testament to your commitment to making global energy transition not just sustainable, but inclusive and equitable. Now, let us talk about the current state of play. We all know that world is charging, again, pun intended, towards a clean energy future. But here's the question. Can we truly succeed if half the population of the world is left behind? Spoiler alert, the answer is a stark no. Women are underrepresented in this sector with just 20% in oil and gas and 40% in solar PV. It's better, but still far from the balance that we need. And yet, women in energy proving that when we shine, we light up the world. Literally. They are driving innovation, leading projects, and creating solutions that make the rest of us think, why didn't I think of that? They are breaking barriers faster than a wind turbine on a storming day. Over next hour, we will hear from inspired leaders, experts who are not just breaking glass ceilings, but also installing solar panels on top of them. From ministers and advisors to entrepreneurs and innovators, our speakers will share insights, strategies, and stories that light the path forward. So let's just sit, laugh a little, and be prepared to be inspired. By the end of this session, you will leave with enough motivation to maybe power a grid and maybe a few other ideas for how to just do that. Now let's begin with this bright and shining show. Thank you all again for being here, and let's light it up and get going. So to begin the session, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Mathur, Director General of International Solar Alliance, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Mathur's leadership continues to guide ICE's commitment to ensuring a sustainable and inclusive future. Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Please take the stage.
Thank you, Gurleen. And I hope that I am the only man who speaks in this. Gurleen, after hearing you, I was dreading, my feet were quaking as I was waiting to come over. But, I think more than anything else, it tells me that change is in the air. As you rightly said, in the oil and gas sector, in the coal sector, in the gas sector, there are very few women. Why? Because those are inherently inequitable sources where the vast amount of manpower goes into, and I use the word manpower thoughtfully, goes into the mining of those sources. On the other hand, solar is available everywhere. Let me give you a statistic. Many of you are here from the Energy and Resources Institute, which for a very long time ran a program called Lighting a Billion Lives, which is about giving solar lanterns to people who did not have access to electricity, and training entrepreneurs to provide charging services for those lanterns. About 6,000 entrepreneurs were trained and set up for charging. 20 years later, 3,000 of those 6,000 were still around, half. But 2,000 of the entrepreneurs were women. My suggestion to you is that solar energy and women are sticky. I would like to use that to the fullest. You know, what I have seen is that women entrepreneurs, we have a woman entrepreneur here with us, women entrepreneurs bring a level of detail in businesses, in solar business, especially reaching to communities that we don't see from male entrepreneurs. This is not to say that male entrepreneurs are not needed, but I would like to see that this area produces a lot more entrepreneurs. At the ISA Secretariat, approximately 42% of the staff are women, and we want to increase it further. In the assembly that was of the International Solar Alliance that was completed about 2 weeks ago, we started a new program called Solar for She. The goal is very simple. It's not that we are redoing things, but we are looking at how we can attract more women into the programs that we do. Whether it is the training programs, whether it is the entrepreneurship programs, whether it is the programs in the design and maintenance and implementation of solar projects. I look forward to you providing your experiences so that we can hopefully work better. I want to thank each one of you for coming, and I look forward to all of you to provide the kind of input that can make our lives better and inclusive. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. As you rightly mentioned, women and solar energy are sticky, sticking to each other, and they will stick there for long till we are able to green the planet. So for next, I would like to invite Christine Linz, who is the co-founder and executive director of GWNET, to set the stage. A trailblazer in promoting gender equity in sustainable energy. As the co-founder and executive director of GWENET, Ms. Linz leads a global network of over 5,000 members from over 150 plus countries, empowering women in energy transition. Her illustrious career spans over 25 years, including serving as the executive secretary of REN21 and Secretary General at the European Renewable Energy Council. With a master's degree in international economics and applied languages, Ms. Linz has been a passionate advocate for energy efficiency and renewable energy worldwide. We are honored to have her with us today to deliver the inaugural address. Christine, the stage is yours. Kindly share your slides.
Thank you very much, Gulin, and good morning, distinguished participants. Dr. Atur, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to co-host this session together with ISA. And my best greetings to you from Austria to Baku. I am not in Baku at the moment, but have gotten up early in order to get energized and hopefully also energize you that women in the energy transition are essential in order to make it quicker and to make it more just and to make it more equitable. So we have heard the figures from Gurleen and Dr. Mathur. Yes, it's good news. We have more women in renewable energy with 32% than women in oil and gas, where it's only 22%. However, we are far away from the economy-wide average of 45.9%. And when we look at employment numbers, we see that there is a lot of jobs that are going to be created in the coming years. We currently, according to IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, have about 16.2 million people employed in the renewable sector worldwide. And this number is supposed to increase to about 39 million, so more than double in the coming years. And clearly, this industry is only going to thrive if it manages to attract the best talent of both women and men. And this is exactly where we start. We know that there are studies out there that companies with diverse leadership have better economic results. And I think particularly for this audience in Baku, it is essential also note that companies with diverse leadership often have more stringent decarbonization policies. And this is what the world needs. We need to decarbonize, rapidly, and the energy transition means nothing less than a systemic change, a change away from fossil fuels to more sustainable sources, but also new production and consumption patterns and behavior change. And for this, we really need all talents in society. And when in our work, so I co-founded GWNet back in 2017, it was mainly out of the observation that when traveling around the world, doing lots of presentations about renewable energy, I often had women afterwards coming towards me, telling me that they find this inspiring because they often lack female role models. And I think this is absolutely essential. You know, we need to have role models where we can see that women can make very distinguished careers in the energy sector and they can thrive. So this has led to the creation of GWNet. We are a membership-based non-profit association. Anybody who wishes to join is very welcome to sign up as a member of the network. We do work on advocacy, on data on women in energy with lots of international players. We work on creating networking opportunities, and we work on empowering women. We have a various number of mentoring programs. And we have created also, built up over the last years, a network of nearly 1,000 mentors. So if you are ready to support the career of a younger woman in energy, please sign up to our network. And again, congratulations to ISA for putting together this session. I think it's really essential to show role models in the sector and to show which drive women can bring and with which energy they are able to upscale and to speed up the energy transition globally. With this, I wish you a fantastic session there in Baku. And again, best regards from today very cold Austria. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for your inaugural remarks. And as you rightly pointed out, there is a dearth of women role models that women, the young girls and women can look up to. But then we have a lot of them sitting right in front of us who have made really big in different energy careers as stellar professionals. So I think a lot of young women can be inspired from this panel itself. So yeah, thank you. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Vardhani Nala. She is monitoring and evaluation specialist and lead for Solar for She at International Solar Alliance. I would invite her to share her insights into ISA Solar for She initiative. Ms. Ratnala has 2 decades of experience in advocating for gender mainstreaming and social inclusion. She has worked with prestigious organizations like UNDP, UNICEF, and DFID, leading groundbreaking gender-focused initiatives. Her expertise in addressing energy poverty and advancing SDGs 7 and 13 makes her an invaluable contributor to today's discussion. Ms. Vardhani, the floor is all yours. We welcome you.
Thank you so much, Gurleen. The real honor to be a part of this session, and especially I think this is one of the inaugural sessions of ISA on gender at COP. So I'm really proud to be a part of it. Without taking much time, I would just like to give you a brief overview of the work we are doing at International Solar Alliance on gender. And is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
It is visible now. Can you please move it to the slide share mode? Yes, it is
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
so much. So as our Director General mentioned at the beginning of the session, the Solar for She is a new initiative. It's just been approved by our assembly. We've just, done a gender policy also for the entire organization. And what we intend to do with Solar for She, which is our gender equity and social inclusion initiative, is to start off with, small initiatives where we can try and include women. While a majority of our work would be focused around, ensuring that we train women on solar solutions and provide them employment in the sector, we also have various other initiatives which I can talk about a little bit later. The impact is, of course, we are very clear, as mentioned previously too, that if you want to really move the needle on SDG 7 and 13 on energy access and climate change, then the biggest factor is you can't leave behind 50% of the population. You have to ensure that women are included, and only then can you see a significant shift, and the needle moving towards achieving these two sustainable development goals. We have various activities, like I mentioned. I'm going to talk a little bit about them in my next slide. So we have identified 6 areas that we would like to work on as part of our Solar for She program. Now, Solar for She programming is basically for our member countries and the work we would do with them. In addition to this, we also have a gender policy which we've developed and has been approved by our assembly. The gender policy also looks at internally within the organization, how do we promote women? Like DG mentioned, we are currently 42% women, and then we're looking at how do we ensure that women are included in leadership roles. And these are the 6 areas in terms of the programming. On policy space, we are working to ensure that our member countries' policies, specifically those related to solar or even to the renewable energy sector, have certain provisions which talk about including women. We are also looking at financing. Like most of us know that there are billions of dollars which are flowing into the sector. In 2023 alone, I think there was more than $1 trillion which had flowed into the clean energy sector. So we want to ensure that we work with donors, and at least a part of this financing is exclusively for women-specific initiatives to promote their inclusion and empowerment. And the third area we're looking at is to build skills of women to ensure that they're able to find jobs, employment, and this finally leads to their empowerment overall. And we are also looking at doing small scale pilots, like we have 8 programs at ISA. Within those programs on different solar technologies, whether it's mini grids, rooftop, etc., how do we include women? We're also doing a lot on advocacy, like participating in forums like COP29. We had done a series of sessions as part of the G20, in many other forums, talking about the need for inclusion of women and how we can and showcasing best practices as to how we can ensure that women are included. This is also a key area of our work. And the last is monitoring and evaluation. Here, and what we're trying to do is capture data. I mean, we do have certain reports like the IRENA report, and there are a few other reports which come out on a regular basis, which provide us details on where do we stand, or where do women stand in the sector. But we need more insights. We need more details about what's the percentage of women who are actually employed in the sector, what is the percentage of unemployed women who can be trained, what is the percentage of STEM graduates who are able to find jobs. So we are also coming out with 3 different reports, as part of which we're including women specific issues. We come out with an ease of doing solar report, where we try and address women's inclusion. We come out with a global trends report where also we are trying to address, women specific issues and then come out with those. This is basically the work we are currently doing in Guinea and Nigeria. We are starting off 2 pilots next year. And in preparation for those pilots, we are doing a formative research this year to try and identify what are the livelihood opportunities that are available for women in the solar sector. This work is currently going on. And the second piece of work that we're doing is a gender audit of solar policies across our member countries. So this is going to be a global audit looking at all policies, plans, and roadmaps of our member countries and trying to identify what provisions are there and what provisions are missing. And then based on that, develop a model policy, which our member countries can adopt. And then we'll also be doing a capacity building session for policymakers from our member countries. This work is also currently, it's just been initiated and we are hoping that by next year, this will roll on fully. So this is what we are doing at ISA on gender. And I really look forward to this insightful discussion, which is going to come up, and happy to collaborate and, answer any questions. Thank you so much. Over to you, Gurleen.
Thank you, Vardhani, for a wonderful update on the Solar for She initiative by ISA. Dear audience, if you have any questions or if you would like to collaborate on Solar for She initiative, please reach out to Ms. Vardhani. You have her contact details here, or please reach out to any of us. We can share the contacts. Thank you. Thank you, Vardhani. Now we move to one of the most exciting segments of this session, which is a dynamic panel discussion featuring experts not only from diverse regions, but diverse areas of expertise. So now I would like to invite all of our panelists to the stage, and I would introduce them one by one. So first we have is Ms. Shana Emanuel. Joining us from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, we have Ms. Shana Emanuel with over 11 years of experience in environmental management and climate change. She has been at the forefront of promoting sustainable energy solutions tailored to island challenges. As the coordinator of Eastern Caribbean Solar Challenge, Ms. Emanuel is driving innovation and collaboration across the region. Her passion for using local solutions to address global challenges is a testament to the ingenuity of women in energy. Welcome, Ms. Shana. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Uzomaka Nawamara. Ms. Uzo is a climate change advisor at the Commonwealth Secretariat with extensive experience spanning the African Development Bank, UNDP, and UK's Atkin Realis. She has been instrumental in guiding countries towards climate resilience and low carbon development. Ms. Nawamara's expertise, climate finance and policy, coupled with her commitment to inclusive climate action, makes her a beacon of leadership in the global fight against climate change. Ms. Uzo. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Sama El Sayed, representing the International Renewable Energy Agency. She leads initiatives to develop renewable energy education and skills, including the Energy Transition Education Network. Her efforts have empowered students and professionals worldwide to contribute to the sustainable energy future. With prior experience at the World Resources Institute, Ms. El Sayed brings a wealth of knowledge on renewable energy education and capacity building, making her a crucial voice in today's conversation. Welcome. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Upeka Rindi Tilhini. She is an impact entrepreneur dedicated to regenerative and sustainable development through innovative business ventures. With over 9 years of experience, she co-founded BioLanka Exports, a leader in solar energy solutions in APAC. Ms. Upeka's recognition as the winner of Solar Startup Challenge by ISA highlights her pioneering contributions to renewable energy. Her entrepreneurial journey is a shining example of the potential of women-led businesses to reshape the energy sector. We welcome you, Ms. Opeka. So with such a stellar lineup, we are set for an engaging and insightful discussion. So each of our speakers bring a unique perspective on empowering women in the energy transition and driving innovation in the renewable energy sector. So before diving into this panel discussion, I would request the audience and people online to please give this panel a huge round of applause. So my first question is for Ms. Opeka. So we know that every superhero has a story of origin. What sparked your journey into energy entrepreneurship?
So I'm representing Biolanka. So when we started Biolanka, it was an agriculture-based business where we started to grow capsicum and tomatoes in greenhouse. And basically, it was not within Colombo, like the city, it was outstation. And we had a problem of accommodation. And that's where we started resolving our own problem. And we started to invent the first Collapsia portable solar powered container unit in Sri Lanka, and which we started solve for ourselves, became another venture, another product of Biolanka, and expanded. So getting into entrepreneurship, I would say the whole mindset of an entrepreneur started developing while I was in university as well. Because I was a person who didn't want to fit into the academic, neither to the industrial, like didn't have a very clear picture whether I'd be a CEO. So I didn't know what the word was, but I knew at that time, 9 years back, entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka even didn't have a category. So it was very hard to define what I wanted, but I knew this was what I wanted. But now it has a specific name and people do identify it as entrepreneurship, and especially for women. But I wanted to do something different, like where to be my own boss. That's what you call it at that time. And then when I was studying, then I started my first internship as a management trainee in ABAWAS. It's a multinational company here in Sri Lanka. And while I was there, I did my first sale, a B2B first sale, and it was into apparels, not into energy, and which covered my 12 months. That's where I made the first decision that I have to go in the entrepreneurship path. So which led founding Biolanka as well.
Thank you. That's a remarkable start. 12 months of salary in one sale.
Exactly.
Quite a which brings me to Miss Shana now. So how do you think we can integrate women better in the startup ecosystem, not just as participants, but as leaders driving innovations in the renewable energy?
Thank you. I'm on, right? Yeah. Thank you so much for that question. And that was a really remarkable story to start. For us in the Caribbean, it is a new place for women, whereas we do have women active in lots of different areas. The renewable energy space is a relatively new one. And so I think the first kind of step, and it was the step that we took when we started the Eastern Caribbean Challenge, it is training, because we have to get our women to know the actual ins and outs of renewable energy and how it can present a new and diverse for. And so we led off with a huge training, a huge training program throughout the region, all our countries, to get everybody trained and certified in solar installations, understanding the science behind solar, because we really didn't have the numbers in women, especially for who could actually undertake this kind of work. And to get to a startup, you first have to have the basic knowledge. And so we did a really big, during COVID training. It was online, and then they got certified. And I think that's the first step. So I'm so happy to hear about the Solar for She program, which is going to try to do that, because the first step for a lot of our women is to really enter this market, knowing the science, getting into the engineering, and we're really excited to see where that could lead to. So I think that was one of the early first to kind of get us into this arena. It would be to get the training, make sure it's certified, and make sure everybody understands the science behind renewables and how it's going to make a huge difference in the future.
So brings me, thank you for your remarks, which brings me to a very important point, an area which Ms. Sama is working on. So what kind of specific skill set, in your opinion, are most demand for women in renewable energy workforce, as she mentioned?
Sure. I mean, thank you first for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure to join you all. I mean, the skill sets that are in demand for women are also the skill sets that are in demand for the sector as a whole. And so, the skills all along the value chain, there's the installation, the operation, the maintenance, but there's also some of these emerging skill sets that we're seeing. For example, countries are wanting to lift their capacity along the entire renewable energy value chain. So this means we're going to need skills in areas like manufacturing going forward. We're seeing a digital skills revolution as well. So we're going to need to make sure that women have these digitalization skills. And so we really need to transform our education systems to make sure that these skill sets are being integrated into all disciplines, into all learning areas. Not necessarily that women have to study something called renewable energy. It's regardless of which discipline you're studying, we need these renewable energy skills incorporated. And so we also have to start early to make sure that women and girls are aware of the opportunities that are out there in renewable energy. And so we heard the numbers earlier that women are 32% of the renewable energy workforce. Solar's doing well with 40%, but we have some sectors like wind, which is only 21%. So there's a lot that needs to be done. And so we need to have this early exposure before girls are even making their career choices and going into higher education, to vocational education. They need to know what the opportunities are. We're doing a project to develop renewable energy curricula for schools, for primary and secondary level as well, to ensure girls have this understanding and awareness of some of the opportunities that are out there. And so this also means that we have to think some of these cultural norms that affect girls when they're making their choices. There are perceptions of certain careers as masculine versus feminine, and we need to see how we're going to change this when it comes to renewable energy careers. And there's a tendency for, women to be attracted to jobs that have, more of a solidification. So we see more women in teaching and things. So how do we also reframe energy jobs in the same, because renewable energy does have these positive social implications. And so we have to think about how to make sure this is also clear to young women as they're making some of their choices as well.
Thank you. I think you've touched very important points here. Skilling, catching them at young age, make sure we are able to fight the cultural norms, so on and so forth. My next question will be to you, Ms. Uzo. In fact, I have two for you, but let me go with this one first. So what is the funniest or the most ridiculous myth about women in energy that you've had to deal with, and how did you crush it?
Okay, so this is quite interesting. I get to the rig, and the assumption is I'm not meant to be on that rig, but I'm actually the geologist on the rig. So that for me was quite funny. And yes, I was the only female on the rig, but I was the one directing what needs to be done. But and I think just to also say that was the beginning of my journey in clean energy, because seeing firsthand the way was being, mined, the natural resource was not sustainable. And that was when I took a decision to actually find out a way to better, influence the transition to clean energy. So that would be my story. Then.
Thank you so much. Before I move on to my next question for you, I would like to invite our panelist, which is Mr. Carolyn James. She is the Minister of Grenada. We welcome you, ma'am. I would like to read her brief bio, but then I think I'll ask her a question directly so that we can all get to know. Ma'am, your story is very inspiring. So please let us know what made you decide that you want to join politics when you were in your undergrad. Yes, and I think that will tell all about her introduction, please.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I believe my involvement in politics started because of my political socialization at the home. I grew up in a very politically conscious environment. And so at a very young age, I understood what it means for young people, what it means for Grenadians to be conscious of who they decide to elect to be their representative respective constituencies, or you would call it districts or provinces. So over the years, growing up as a teenager, you would see representation come and go. But one thing that you wouldn't see happening is that your area, the population, the young people in the area, there's more and more young men, more and more young women, out of school, having teenage pregnancies and all of that. And you have not seen the full development of your area, your communities. And so I decided that I was going to be very vocal. So quite a lot of my folks in my past schools know me as they used to call me the spokesperson for the classroom. So every class that I've been in, I've talk. And while I was coming down to my last year high school, I decided that there's more to the talking and there's more that I need to do as a conscious young woman in my area. I grew up on the rural, people call the countryside of the island. So I knew that we had to represent large. And so I decided that I was going to join a political party and become a card-bearing member of the organization. And I recall when I wanted to do so and I spoke to my about it, despite that they were very political and they supported the same brand coincidentally, they did not support me wanting to join that party because they believe that you coming out of high school, you're going to college, you're now going to spend 2 years there. And right after that, obviously, in the Caribbean, it's like you go to school and then you go look for a job. And so they believe that the victimization and the discrimination at that time would have affected me gaining employment after schooling. But I wasn't scared and I was like, 18 is just around the corner, I'll do my own thing. And so around that time, it was the second year. By that time, it was the second year in college. And I decided that I was going to do it regardless of my parents' consent. I didn't understand. During that phase, there was a election just around the corner, a few months to the general election in 2018. And I was asked by the member of the representative for that political organization to be his youth speaker. I was so scared, so shocked. At that time, I was also representing my parish at a pageant, our national pageant. So I felt as though I had the public confidence and the public support. So I automatically think, and maybe I was arrogant about it, that they were supporting me so well during the pageant journey. Maybe that would transcend to politics. I was a disaster there at that first pocket meeting because it was a different environment. But then what I realized is that persons didn't just wanted somebody to represent them, or they didn't want to have a spokesperson for their grouping just to say, I am supporting this party, so you vote for this party. And once I realized that, I decided that I was going to use the platform that I had underneath that branding to not only motivate them to vote for the party that I chose to represent, but to encourage them to just be involved in the process and just vote. And I think that they saw that genuine side of me and they accepted me. journey, and we were able to take it from there. I went on to a youth representative for the Sustainable Development Goals for the country. And I think that's where I really understood what it means to govern and the whole structures of parliament and the difference between parliament and minutes. I was asked by my organization to be a senator, and I became the youngest senator in the Commonwealth of Nations then.
Wow. Huge round of applause for Mr. Thank you so much. I would like to know, how are you able to finance your journey into the politics? In India, where I come from, it takes a huge amount to enter into the system. How was it for you in the Caribbean?
For me, it's all about networking. So there's quite a lot of persons in the private sector. It's a similar, different context in the Caribbean. The politics is more grassy and it is more direct. So you have direct contact with the donors, contributors, and so. For me, I think it was a matter of owning that confidence and stepping out and saying, this is my plans. This is what I believe that I think where the country, where the constituency should go. And I think that we align in terms of, I don't care who you vote for. I don't care what color you vote for, but I'm asking for your support because I see commonality in what we want to do. So from that perspective, I just work and I was honest and open. Is it a yes or no? And if it's a no, we go against someone else.
So, thank you. Ms. Uzo, since you are an expert in the area of finances, I'd like to hear from you. Normally, it is known that it is very hard for women to raise funding, be it startups, be it for an area like, politics, or even if you want to run something in general. So what, in your experience, what innovative models or, business strategies you have found in your experience that can work for women? Can you please share those?
Sure, thank you. And the experience I'm going to be sharing from is that of our Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. So pretty much the model that we have is listening to our constituents. We are embedded in national ministries in country. So we have a hubs and spokes. We have the Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisors, usually in ministries responsible for climate change and environment. But more so now, we are seeing the ministries of finance or ministries of economic development and planning. And of course, we have our regional advisors, Commonwealth Regional Climate Finance Advisors, and we're happy to have had a good collaboration where our advisor was sat in your offices. Now, this is really important and increasing our strength in the hub. We have the advisors, so also looking at gender and health. Now, back to your question, what have we seen? We have several experiences, but I would highlight key lessons. I will share one example and the key lessons from this. And I said listening is key. Similar to what you had shared about the skills being representative for both men, women, young people, the same thing. We know the financing infrastructure as we have it now is actually skewed. It's not fit for purpose in the sense that it actually favors, the traditional status we have, whereby there's social inequality and you have women not able to access credit, for example. Now, one example I'm going to share is from Antigua and Barbuda, whereby we have small and medium enterprises representing 88% of businesses in the country. And now these are generally men-led or men-owned with few women in there. So how do we get women to access finance? Through our Commonwealth National Climate Advisor in Antigua, with the work that we do, we support the countries in translating their national climate plans into action. Now, this could be their NDCs, their NAPs, etc., and then trying to close that finance gap, working with public sector, private sector. Now, again, we found out that with the SMEs, you had few women participating. Now, the government had its National Climate Fund, the Sustainable Island Resource Framework Fund, which is geared up to support climate resilient carbon development. And what we did with them, we listened to these challenges and we recommended a study to see how we could set up a blended finance window in this CEF fund. And what was really interesting is you always hear innovative finance instruments, blended finance. But what does that mean on the ground in reality? We went in country, we listened to the SMEs, we listened to both men, women, and we found out that you need to have investment criteria that would ensure that you have women on the ground. You also need to address challenges, be it supply side or demand side. For example, there's misalignment in the kind of investment criteria that will crowd in not just private sector, but women-led women businesses. And at the same time, you know, what kind of processes are in place? And what we did, very, very interesting. And I give kudos, commend the government, Antigua and Barbuda, whereby as the national entity responsible for the CEF fund, the Department of Environment, we have an in-kind, and I would explain it very quickly. So you have in-kind equity, whereby the government supporting climate smart technologies, renewable energy technologies, they pay for the technology itself, whatever it's, and they lease it to the SMEs and get the S to pay back over a period of time in kind. So whatever businesses they're engaged in, it could be beekeeping, so they pay in honey. Really important. And this is where you talk about innovation that listens to the needs of the ground, that is context specific. Now, look, talking about the women, many of them don't have access to land or had access to traditional banking. So part of what we did in there and the government has done is to have technical assistance and funding to help with developing business plans, helping them open bank accounts, helping them to be able to access the traditional financing system, but upstream capital that is needed to help them have the baseline to access the fund, you know, and the technology. And so these are the things that we've done. And this experience, you know, it's this year, it was used as a case study in the UNFCCC official documentation. So we can share that with you as well. But this is tangible. And I think the lessons here is that you have to do what works within the core of the country you're in. You need to listen and make sure that you're able to work through the process of the system, but give the right kind of support. There are other things in terms of flexibility as well. Even when we were having the meetings, we had a baby in our meeting rooms with us because you have to accommodate for the natural. We talked about the social-cultural and economic, and there's so many other things. What timing are your meetings held? You know, are you able to make sure that no one is left behind? Whereby you have the men, women, you know, mothers who are caring for kids, who have businesses that they need to run. So that's just one example I'd like to share. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So you've highlighted so many interesting points from listening on ground, listening to the ground, developing initiatives which are for everyone. You take everyone along with you. You've also highlighted the role of technical and vocational education programs that have helped women come up and move the wind, you know, to get enrolled and also to get the jobs in different sectors. So thank you for all your remarks. So coming to that, my next question is for you. And I would like to know that, can you share successful example of a program, a vocational program or a training program that you have designed and with measurable outcomes, and that has resulted in increase in women's participation, and also highlight what were the key lessons learned for it. So I would request you, since we are short on time and we would like to have audience interaction, to please make your remarks quick. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. So, of course, vocational training is central. We know that for a large sector of the jobs, we're going to need vocational skills, and it's not just higher education, but vocational education is going to be very important. So IRENA has been engaging in a lot of entrepreneurship programs to build the skills of women entrepreneurs in different countries. And I think there what has been really important is making sure that women from different communities are represented, they get these opportunities, but it's not always the, you know, the women who are the most represented in society who get these opportunities, but women from very underrepresented communities as well. But one of the challenges we've seen, and this is not from one of our programs, but something we've been discussing with a partner, is quite often these vocational training programs happen in a ad hoc way. And you have an institution coming in, they say they're delivering a vocational training program, but it's not necessarily meeting standards or certifications. So the women who have completed the program are not necessarily being recognized for the skills that they have. They don't have the certification within a recognized qualification framework. So actually what Irina is pushing more for now is, rather than doing the direct work on the ground, is doing this work around certification and standards to make sure that trainings are not just happening in an ad hoc way where everyone comes and I'm doing a training here, you're doing a training there, and there's no real rhyme or reason, but can we push for standards and certification and qualification frameworks? And there's no reason why countries have to start from scratch to do this, because there are a lot of countries, I mean, India, of course, is one of them, that are quite advanced in these standards, and there are a lot of industry associations who have developed these. So what we're doing at the moment is actually bringing together partners to work development of certifications and standards, doing a review of what is already out there and seeing where the gaps are to really drive this. So we're doing a global collaborative call for action in this area.
Oh, that's really amazing. My next question is for you, Ms. Opeka. What advice would you give young girls from your country and all around who want to step into entrepreneurship?
So my advice is, I would say you will have a lot of negativity, even like if you want to go to an incubation space. And that's why there are women, now female incubations like Accelerate Her and all she and her stuff coming out. But I would say if you really have the passion to solve a problem, and if you have that mindset and that rhythm in your body, which it be not very praised of, because I think she was highlighting even when she wanted to get into gigs, even her own parents didn't understand her rhythm. So that rhythm of entrepreneur, whether it's a female or male, I would say, especially female, it's just aligning the norms of feminine characteristics. So it's hard to negotiate. So I would say if you have that truly, if you want to pursue, just start from somewhere, whether you solve a problem or not, as a trading model, even just to show your parents that you're earning something. That's where I did. Because initially, I just wanted to show them that I could make some money than the normal day-to-day job that I was doing. So when I showed them the traction, they understood, okay, there is something there for her. They're looking in the broader picture. So have that faith of yourself when the whole world doesn't believe in you. And one day when they're rushing, and it's not I would say some say like you can achieve that in 1 year, 2 years. No, it took for me 9 years of work that even led the path to come here. So it's a lot of hard work. And if you're not coming from an inherited business family and you're like a middle class person where you have to earn your funding, balance that mentality of the home and everything, it's a lot of hard work. But if you are very passionate, sometimes the universe also will align with it. I do believe in that. And so for all the women, I would say, who's looking forward to get into this, and if you're truly passionate, there is a path for that. And as all the other avenues, like even your academic, you start working hard towards it. So you will landing on there. And I would say even Sri Lanka, right now, there are a lot of donor support and incubation programs. And when I go and do workshop for regenerative mindset and building that entrepreneurship mindset, I would say start because this was not there 9 years ago. So the ecosystem is varying. And even today, discussions we are doing, we are making the paths for the youngsters to come to the entrepreneurship avenue very easily. So I would say if you have the passion, believe in yourself, when the whole world would be having all the questions, and start somewhere and you will land where you want.
Great advice. Yeah. but like your comments sparked the question, which is negotiating is hard. Any advice from the panel on how we can negotiate better? Anyone who has had experience?
Okay, I can go, and I really commend you for what you've done. And in one line, I would say um evidence is important, and you build that up. So I think generally in the word negotiation, what you're looking for is that pari passu, the win-win, right? But you need to have your evidence base. And I think just linking it to this conversation today, we all know it is important to be inclusive when you talk about gender, even including youth, female and all our young people. And we know that for you to achieve the expected outcomes of your projects in an efficient and effective manner, you have to make sure that the beneficiaries of your project are part and parcel from the ideation all the way through implementation, monitoring. We know that, but you still have to make sure that your monitoring, reporting, evaluation is there, showing that evidence. And each time it's an iterative process. You find out that your negotiating power is increased. So an evidence-based just transition, gender, having that evidence base for your gender just transition aligned with the energy just transition. Yeah.
Thank you. That is very profound. So before I open the floor for questions to the audience, I would like to ask all my panelists to think for 10 seconds and tell me your one go-to song or quote which helps refocus or bring your the spirit, the chi, the charisma back in difficult times. Miss James, you want to go first? Seems like you have an answer.
Sing a song.
Yeah. Or it can be a quote. You say it. It'll be nice.
It will be Alicia Keys. She's just a girl and I feel like this is a timeless piece. There's only so many music these days that, would live on through generation upon generation. So it's definitely Alicia Keys for me. And if there is a quote that I would mean that frame of mine is, if I could, I would always work in obscurity and silence and let my efforts be known by their results.
Oh, that was profound.
Yeah.
I don't have a song, but I can possibly give a quote that I heard again recently, which is when you're trying to do something, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you bring your friends, and you definitely get the right friends in order to do that. And I think this is part of the energy transition for all of us, that we have to work together. We have to build networks, and then we have to learn from each other. Just being on this panel, I've learned quite a bit. I'm hoping that we can further engage and definitely share the story. So I think that would be mine.
Right.
So for me, chi di ime. So that's my traditional Igbo language that says tomorrow is pregnant. So no matter the challenges you're facing or you have faced, always look forward with hope. There's always something in the future, and that gets me going. And I end with the quote of the Commonwealth Secretary General at a recent Commonwealth Youth Negotiations training, where she said, "Never too old to learn and never too young to lead." Thank you.
So I have a favorite book, which is Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire, and he's a revolutionary educator. And not to quote exactly, but the message is that education can either be there to uphold the current system of oppression and kind of reinforce it, or it can be used to dismantle. And I think we also have to think about this when we talk about energy education. How are we going to create a new paradigm where everyone is able to benefit opportunities that are being created rather than uphold the injustices that are already inherent in our existing energy system?
Fine. Yeah.
Okay. So my favorite one is from Jobs. He always said, you never can connect the dots looking forward, but only backwards. it was making sense in my whole entrepreneurship journey. Because when I started in the corporate sector in A. Bowers, we were trained in different, as a management trainee, we were trained in different corporates. Like we had 8 divisions in Bowers: agri, pharmaceutical, textile and raw materials. And I did one time ask one of my directors, why do I need to get trained in the customs? Like, where does that go? And he said, no, you just learn it because it's a management trainee program. When I started my entrepreneurship journey, that was the asset, getting all the things through custom. And where I started referring a lot of materials from Steve Jobs, because he's one of the famous entrepreneurs, I think, well lived in the planet Earth. And then he said that's one of the key learnings that he had when he was in uni, because he took a typography class. And that's why we get those nice letters on the iPhone. And I always do that now. You know, you learn everything. You don't know where it's getting connected. But if in the journey in the future, it's always getting connected.
I think with today's panel discussion, we have really proven that energy sector isn't just about watts, volts, grids, but it is about willpower, vision, and so it's all about women who refuse to just break the glass ceiling, but as I mentioned before, they install rooftops on top of it, power it up, and charge it forward. So with this, I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Do we have questions?
Carrie Ann, do you see difference in the way your men colleagues negotiate and you negotiate?
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, the women, they bring back the love, they bring back the human side of the negotiations. I think the atmosphere men is more aggressive, is more antagonistic, and they forget about the soft side in the negotiations. They forget that we're dealing with lives and livelihoods and humans. So I think that for us as women, we have a very strong position, but we have a calm, cooler way of just paying it forward and expressing ourselves. So I think it is more, for lack of a better word, no, charismatic on the women's side as opposed to the men's side. And it varies. Sometimes it's the opposite way. Sometimes they see us, even when we are firm and we have a strong position, they see us as aggressive. They see us as, especially if you come from a small island and if you have a particular skin color and you speak a particular way, they would look at you in a different context. So, but generally, I think that if we take women just as what we are, females, we bring the love, we bring that calm, that sort of mother touch to the negotiation. So yes, definitely, I see a difference.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Perrin Johnson, Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment, and Renewable Energy, Grenada. I'm interested in learning a little bit more about the skills training and how we can partner. I had mentioned about the need for us to have some sort of a certification in that regard. And back home in Grenada, we have what is called the Grenada National Training Agency. That is an agency that is responsible for certification in various skill sets. So I want to know, for example, do you have, say, for example, on the shelf curriculum guides, learning guides that we, for example, can be able um, to procure and be able to customize that, you know, that we can then use in the context of Grenada, and by extension, maybe in through CARICOM, because you know we have the NVQ qualification, but we also can upscale it to this Q qualification. So I'm interested in knowing some more about that.
Thank you very much for the question. And this is something that Irene is really prioritizing at the moment because you said it doesn't make sense for every country to be doing this. There is something existing. So we're working towards this and we're bringing together some countries and also some of the industry associations to do this to see, who has what, so that there can be ready-made materials on the shelf that countries can then take and adapt to their own national context. So I'd love to exchange on this and to see how we can also work on this.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Do you have more questions? Yes.
Hi, my name is Karima. I'm a graduate student from the United States. I wanted to thank you guys all for sharing your stories. They were super inspirational and really something to aspire to. I wanted to ask each of you in your journey, how do you kind of navigate the challenge of sometimes being the only woman in a space and maybe feeling like affects the way people see you, or they might think that you might not be as capable? How do you kind of dismiss that notion and kind of overcome that to have yourself solidified as a leader, maybe not despite of your gender, but also because of your gender?
Well, first, I would say there's a slight flaw to your question. I don't see it as a challenge. I see it as an asset. For me, it is age and gender because I am under 30. I'm a female. So first and foremost, you don't see it as a challenge. You see it as an asset and an opportunity to create and build your plan.
I think for me, so I came up in this field watching somebody be the only woman in the room, and what she would always tell us under her, who worked directly under her, she would say, listen, that's who you are. So you are the only woman in the room. That doesn't define anything else. You're just as qualified as everybody else. So you speak your mind. And you speak to whatever your topic kind of is. And she spent the time nurturing us to allow us to be able to be the few females in the room, especially in the energy sector. So I think also holding on to that, finding a mentor, somebody that is there already. And if you don't, then you go in knowing that you are the only person and you mentor those who are coming up behind that. That would be my bit of advice.
Thanks so much for the question. And I like the way you ended it by saying, not because of, but in spite of. I found myself several times being either the only female or the youngest or the only person of color in the room. So in my high school, we were about 50 in a class. It was a mixed school, but we were only 3 girls. Similarly, university geology, again, we were only 5 out of so many. In the beginning, I mentioned like I was the only female on the rig, but I was the geologist to guide what was happening on the rig. In my professional career, many times, out of 300 at the national level in the UK, the only African and female in my office. So I understand where you're coming from, but to encourage you, like the others have said, and what I'll add to their points is, you are you and you own your space. You have a right to be at the table, but be prepared. Be prepared. Your expertise, your results, your work would speak for itself, and that's where that recognition would also come from. So this is a fact. There was always that thing about boys and girls, who's going to come first in class, and I always tell them. So when I spoke, they listened. Okay, so be prepared, and I think it's important. Yes, if you have an opportunity to have a mentor or somebody, but sometimes it's not available. But I like what you also said about be that person to mentor. And that's why I work with people. And I'm really, really excited for you. Congrats on being here. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. And I also had that feeling when I was in my undergraduate, I was in physics. I grew up in the UK. I was not one of the few females, the few women in the department. I was the only Black person. Out of a class of 200 people, I was the only one. Years above, years below, nobody else. When I look at the faculty, it was not only mostly male, it was also mostly white. And I feel incredibly isolating. But, as you said, we have to also see this as an asset. And so I used that opportunity to create outreach programs into London schools to bring physics to the sort of schools where I came from, which had a lot of immigrant communities and people from different backgrounds who are not going into these spaces. So you can use this as a way to also see what is missing, but maybe someone else would not notice. And so you can use your own experiences to be a guide for others, to share what you're doing with others who are from your communities who are facing similar challenges as well.
I think all of y'all have summed it up in a very nice way. So I was thinking to add something. I really agree it's asset, but you realize it in your journey. You don't realize it initially because at the time you're like the only person, you feel a lot of, I don't know, you feel overwhelmed and sometimes bit like not in your space. And it might come even from the other females when they see a picture of you being only the women, and they would be like, okay, so you went there and you hang around with all the men. And it had been always like that for me, not from the men in the room, but after that get posted on social media from the other female colleagues. So how I navigated was being myself and bringing you to the table. And the other thing is, I also had that challenge, and there was this mentor who gave me an advice: don't play in your element that is not very making sense to you. Play in the feminine sense. Like, we're all female and we have the feminine strengths. So be that. And that worked. You don't want to be somebody else. You're just a female in a room full of men. You can't be masculine. In biologically, even that doesn't align. So be your feminine strength. And I think I was able to, balance that. But initially it was hard.
Thank you so much. I would just like to add a little bit to that. I think one, you are the best, be the best version of yourself. And as she mentioned, initially it is hard, but it gets better with age because you start feeling more in your zone and you start feeling more and more confident and in your skin. So once you get into that, own it up, take the charge, lead forward, and charge the world. Yeah. Thank you. So thank you so much for all the inspiring words. I have a lump in my throat with all your advice. It has been nice, so gripping, and so on the heart. So I would now conclude this vibrant and insightful session. I would want all of you to pause a bit, soak the brilliance of all we heard and witnessed today, and not leave all the knowledge that we have, gathered in this loop, but take it with you, push it forward, and use this as a springboard to be at a better place in life, be it men, women, young people, across diversity, because these are very universal advices. For all the men, for the people other than women in the room, please remember, make sure women, we have equity space. We have all the things we have concerned. We need a seat at the table. Please just be mindful of that. We want to be heard. Please be mindful of that. And let's all move forward. We just don't lead. We want to participate. And we want to participate and we want to transform sector. And the challenges that we have discussed, whether it is representation gaps, skill building, or systemic biases, are our collective call for action. They are not just barriers, but as I mentioned, springboards or launchpad for change. And finally, I will leave you with the inspiring words of Eleanor Roosevelt. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So let's dream big and act even bigger. Together, we have the power to light up homes, communities, and aspirations of women everywhere across the planet. Thank you for being here, for believing, and for being part of this transformative journey. Let's go out and lead change. Signing off, I'm Dr. Gurleen Kaur from International Solar Alliance, and I am a solar technology specialist there. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon, colleagues. I think we are ready to start. Come to the International Solar Alliance Pavilion in Baku, COP29. So I have today, you can check this. Hello? Okay, okay. Now. No, all in English. We'll speak in English. Take this one. Take this one. Take one. This one. Hello, hello. Okay, okay now. Okay. So the International Solar Alliance has launched the Sunny Side series at ISA Pavilion, the solar hub at COP29 in Baku, styled as a fireside chat addressing issues in renewable energy sector, particularly solar, in a broader sustainability spectrum. The series was introduced in the run-up to the first edition of the International Solar Festival, hosted in New Delhi this year on 5th and 6th September. I am very delighted to have with me Dr. Cosmos Wukeridi is Superintendent Industrial Value Chain Development at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat Office of the Presidency of Uganda. He has a really huge portfolio. If I am keeping speaking, I will not finish. I'm very also glad to have my dear friend, Dr. Augustine Niamishi. Dr. Augustine is a lawyer with 26 years of environment and forestry and governance advocacy in Cameroon and the Central Africa sub-region. And currently he is the coordinator of the African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access. And he also holds the position of Executive Secretary at Bioresources Development and Conservation at Cameroon, and also a chair of Political and Technical Affairs Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. He has also a huge experience when we talk about climate change and the environment, and he really has a good work in Africa. So without wasting too much time, I have a couple of questions. I am happy to address both to our speakers, and I will start with Dr. Augustine, considering his huge experience dealing with the African continent and with the challenges that Africa, when we speak about energy, as we speak now today, still also 600 million people in Africa lack of energy, and we all know that without energy, without electricity, we cannot talk about education, we cannot talk about health. This is very, very bad. Everybody is human rights for everyone to get connected to the electricity. So, Dr. Augustine, we have been discussing a lot. Why still there main challenges African countries faces in achieving energy access and security, and how solar can really address this challenge?
Thank you for this opportunity, my brother and friend, Barakat. And I think this is one of these very important sessions for the continent called Africa, because questions of access to energy are critical. You talked about 600 million people. It's more than 680 million people, as some figures will have it. And these are just in sub-Saharan Africa. This means a great majority of the population in Africa are in darkness. And access to energy, therefore, cannot be overemphasized. In the climate discussions, we have locked energy, clean energy under mitigation. Rightly so, because when you look at the global emissions, most of them, or a great part of the emissions, are coming from the energy sector. So in order to address the emissions of greenhouse gas emissions, you must look at the energy sector. But that should be region specific, in the sense that Africa, for instance, the whole of the continent emits only about 4% of the global emissions. So if the argument of putting access to energy, to clean energy, is just for emission reductions, it means 100% of African effort will just be a drop in the ocean globally. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that emission access to energy, or the drive for renewable energy in Africa, should be, first of all, to drive access for these more than 630 million people, to build their resilience to the impacts of climate change. And then mitigation is the icing on the cake. What are the challenges generally? Why is Africa in darkness? What are the major challenges? You know, we pride ourselves in saying Africa has renewable energy resources, solar, wind, geothermal, and all those things. It's true, it's a fact. We are given that by God. But those resources are useless if we don't have the technology to make it, to transform it in energy. So once we talk about that so romantically, ignoring the importance of technology to make them useful, then as bad as not even having anything. So technology, therefore, is key. And that is what we lack in Africa. Those are some of the main challenges. And why are we just focusing on access to energy, any form of energy? Because people, 630 million in darkness, you don't want to ask a hungry man whether they are vegetarian or they are carnivorous, or all they need is food. All we need is energy. But hey, we say access to clean and affordable energy. Why? Because that is energy that is decentralized. It can be people-centered. It can meet the needs of isolated communities using, of course, the natural resource that God has given us, which is the solar, the geothermal, the whatever, the wind and what have you, and the water. So that technology is one of the hindrances. And I'm not sure as a continent, we're investing enough in that. We wait for technology to come from China. We wait for technology to come from India. We wait for technologies to come from elsewhere. How did those people do it? I remember in 2012, the Indian Prime Minister, when we were there for the African Development Bank meeting, he promised that by a certain year, a majority of Indian villages will be having access to energy. And that was achieved before. That is a political statement that is realized by policy, regulations, and programs. I think African countries have to sit up and make sure, in order to give value to the natural resources that God has given them, they must invest in technology and not just waiting for technology. When we talk again, I will bring some other.
Yeah, definitely,
barriers.
definitely. So we'll come back to the technology transfer and capacity building, and also how to capacitize our countries to really reach to that stage. Dr. Cosmos, I mean, considering your also experience in the developing industry value chain in Uganda, and Uganda, honestly, one of the most active countries in our the International Solar Alliance. So we cannot talk about industrialization without energy. This is fact. No energy, no industry, no development. So based on your experience, how do you see the challenges in Uganda and how we can really overcome those challenges to drive industrialization and sustainability in Uganda?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. So I'll pick it up from where Dr. Augustine left it. One of the challenges facing industrialization in Uganda is actually high energy tariffs. And this cuts across all our energy sources. Uganda is blessed. More than 95% of our energy is actually renewable. We have just about 57% access within the country now, but grid is about 18% of that, and the rest is off grid, and most of that is solar. But when it comes to the cost of solar, we know what is really driving the cost to be high. We know that usually the upfront investment is massive. We also know that even when you have these installed systems, the cost of repair and maintenance, they fail quite often, and we don't have the capacity to maintain this technology. So the government and the private sector have invested in circumventing this challenge in a number of ways. And we have local capacity building programs, both in universities, in the private sector, to ensure that we start developing some of this technology within the country. You're looking at component systems and parts, inverters, so there's a lot of work going on there. Then the other intervention has been to create capacity to open systems within the country, technology within the country that facilitates pay-as-you-go acquisition of solar systems. So when we have solar being now operated as a utility model, it means that this big barrier of a high upfront cost is alleviated. And so with that intervention, we're beginning to see a lot of adoption of solar for productive use in villages. And this is driving industrialization even in remote areas. And so it is quite important. And again, to Dr. Augustine's point, that we invest in local technology development that solves custom solutions. Yes, we may have these cross-cutting challenges, but ultimately every nation will have specific challenges. So let us invest in circumventing those challenges and build solutions in-house. Some of them can even be scalable across the continent, probably scalable throughout the world.
Thank you so much. So now, Dr. Augustine, we're talking about technology, capacity building, and we will come to that later. But I think when I met you in the Abidjan, in the regional Africa regional meeting, we were discussed also the project that you also contributed to implement some project in rural areas and the villages. So what are the lessons learned from existing solar projects in a remote area, and how are they informing future initiative?
Thank you very much. We before I go to specific projects, I would like to announce here that in April this year, 2024, in Addis Ababa, we launched a campaign called the 630 campaign, which stands for mobilizing 630 billion by 2030 to get access to energy to the 630 million Africans that are in darkness. And what is the motivation behind this? It is that we've had a lot of discussion, we've had a lot of goodwill messages. We've had a lot of friends of Africa say, well, we will support energy in Africa. But we have to put, a clock or a meter. We should say in concrete terms, how many people, for a partner of a friend of Africa or whatever partner, say in concrete terms, what your action has done, the number of people they have out of darkness. If we can be counting for every effort that partners of Africa are making, that will solve the problem. Otherwise, we'll just be talking again, and again. Let's say in concrete terms, how many people will have moved out of darkness, out of the 630 people? This initiative was launched by Lady Banda Joyce, the former president of Malawi. She's very committed and passionate about this campaign. And the website for the campaign can be shown at a later stage. Now, coming to your question of specific projects, we are trying pilots in communities in parts of Cameroon and in Burkina Faso, where energy access for productive use, you are saying, especially in the agricultural sector, is important. And we believe that to have access to energy, to be resilience and adaptation, means that woman can use a solar pump to send water from the stream or from the borehole and grow her vegetables in the long dry seasons. Sometimes they become droughts as such. Something that is very challenging. But once you get that going, it changes a lot, because off-season gardening is what pays. And the women are able to, grow the crops. At the same time, we're using that to produce organic fertilizer that is produced by the communities themselves. They use the natural resources, produce their own fertilizer. And we realized that with the war in Russia and Ukraine, the price of chemical fertilizers increased by almost 300% with the work of middlemen. But once these women came together and were producing their own fertilizer and using these solar pumps to pump water to do their dry season gardening, the yields were much, and they're very happy with it. That is the good experience. But the other hindsight of it is this: what my brother has said. It is important to note that once those solar systems fail, it is challenging. And sometimes we want to avoid a situation where the communities would think that solar energy or renewable energy is energy for the poor people. We want them to know that it is doable, it works, it can help. But once we don't have enough of money and we get maybe cheap gadgets from some countries, I don't want to cite them, just to make a project, and they fail and we're unable to produce them or to repair them, it can serve a negative signal. So in as much as solar energy is important, let's make sure that what comes to the people is what is affordable and, what have you.
No, the issue of sustainability of the project is very important. And talking about the solar for agriculture use, this is really one of the very important aspects that I have seen since I joined the International Solar Alliance. I just give you two examples of the demo project that we have implemented, one in Senegal and one in Gambia. Just two examples we have implemented. When I went to Senegal to integrate one of the solar project there, I have been told by the chief of the community, they lose 40% of the production because they have a store to store the products. Can you imagine 40%? And you can imagine if we help those people to maintain these products, how come will the income that will generate and the jobs that will generate out of. Also, when I hear the video women in Ghana, when they launched the water pumping, how this project really changed their life. But at the same time, also, we need really to focus how to ensure the sustainability of it and to avoid a negative impact when the system down or collapse. That's again, we talk about the capacity building. So Dr. Kismet, it's about the lesson learned from Uganda for the solar project.
Thank you very much. Regarding sustainability, we have actually noticed that projects which are foreign funded succeed when there's community involvement right from the design stage. And one other lesson we've learned is that it pays off to have gender inclusivity right from the start. We've noticed that systems that are designed, especially focusing on productive use for women and other marginalized groups, usually have a higher chance. There's a way how women have an intuitive lens that usually ensures that captures some heuristics that would otherwise be missed. But now when it comes to the long-term sustainability, what we've done in Uganda is we are looking at a future where remote monitoring becomes a staple in almost all solar systems, at least up to some threshold, because most systems fail because you don't know what is happening. You don't know if it's the battery, if it's the inverter. Then you have the service provider, a couple of miles off. Even if they came to inspect, that's a lot of time and effort and resources if they have to come and physically inspect. So when you have remote monitoring, of course, the solar system can talk to you, and you can see what is happening in real time. You know how much is being produced. You know what component is failing, and we have developed capacity within the nation to develop these remote monitoring systems, which at the same time are the ones which actuate the PayGo that I mentioned earlier. They can switch on and off, but they also monitor the system in real time. So this drastically lowers the cost of maintenance, and you can be able to foretell and do preventive maintenance instead of corrective maintenance. But one other thing we've learned is that when you have policy and regulation apt, it helps to support the sector and ensures that the solar systems that are in place are sustained. I'll mention specifically one is having like our Minister of Energy is developing the energy plan. They always have both off-grid and on-grid solar within so that some of the systems, if they are up to some capacity, they can be integrated within the main grid. So that encourages the private sector, because there's an incentive for investments which meets a certain threshold to be uptaken. And we have many of these systems which are even improving the stability of the main grid. But the other one is tax incentives on component systems and parts. We literally have tax breaks on almost everything. So, but we also have incentives for companies that manufacture these components. We give them tax breaks for 10 years. We allow them, we give them VAT exemption. And so this helps to spur investment within the sector. So the lessons are quite many, but just to mention those two. But I think ultimately the role of the government is critical.
Thank you very much. So let me go back, Dr. August, to the challenge of the capacity building, because dealing with the government, we have realized that really there is a lack for capacity building and the innovation. And one of the our flagship project at the International Solar Alliance, what we call a STAR-C, Technology Application Resource Center. And this center is mainly for capacity building, for knowledge transfer, and they play also a role as a knowledge hub. We are working with Uganda, the Ministry of Energy, to install that STAR-C. And it's not only even for the government officials, it's also for to the private sector and small companies. Also, we have also different training programs for regulatory support and also technician. And even if some countries, they have sent us a specific requirement, we do also take it into consideration and we organize such kind of training for them. So on the Pan-African Climate Just Alliance, do you have such kind of initiative, or you are working with other partners for capacity building, especially for the people in rural areas, how to maintain, how to sustain the system of solar energy?
Yeah, this is the way to go. We have not yet reached the scale where we will train our people. You can't train a mechanic to fix a car that you don't have. For now, what we are focusing on, the deployment of solar energy and other renewable energy, implementation in our African countries. That means it should be a holistic, approach. When yeah, and this is not rocket science. When a company wants to start exploiting a particular market, they bring that up, they bring the spare parts, they bring the technicians, that will be able to pay. And then local technicians also, trained to be able to do maintenance, repairs, and what have you, and installation, of course. So we need an approach where, as Africa, as a continent, whether it's African Union, whether it's African Development Bank, whether it's all these countries that speak in one voice on these spaces, that we have to determine that we need to bring access to solar energy into our countries. Then that means we have to get our young people trained. When you go to those countries, I don't want to mention them, but I'm forced to mention India here. You go to China, you go to wherever. The young people are the ones rolling out the thing. Doesn't mean that African young people cannot. It needs the political will. And I must repeat, we need political will. Where we are putting our resources is the wrong, because we don't lack that much. We are not that poor. Just allocation of resources that the government don't prioritize access to energy as a right to its people. But if they take it as a right, every other thing will follow. So our campaign is that let us work together and focus on these 630 million people and make sure that they come out of darkness. That comes with a lot of things, including capacity building, including a technology transfer or technology mobilization within the continent. We can do it. We are seeing young people in Uganda, Malawi, Nigeria producing a prototype of equipment that are very energy efficient. Which of those countries has promoted that? How have we invested in that? Not to talk of things that we know already are existing. So,
if we are talking about the young people, and really in the continent we have skilled people. Look at your left side hand. Here we have 20 African winners, entrepreneurs, startup. So we have the first batch of the international science. We have received 180 applications from the SolarX startups, and we selected 20 of them. We are working with them. We are trying to give them support as much as possible to bridge them to the investors and everything. So last year in Mauritius, we took them and we organized a pitching with the investors. And really, it's very interesting when you see the people and the investors up. And also this month, also in Rabat, Africa investments, we are taking 10 out of them to also promote their work. So we have enough skilled people, but as you mentioned, we need a holistic approach. What is also very important, the cooperation between all the stakeholders. Yes, this is very, very important. ICA is doing something. Your African Union is doing something. European Union is doing something. Why we don't all come together and to complement what we are doing? So, Dr. Kismet, what's your take on?
Thank you. That's a very interesting. I think ultimately, the success of any sector relies on human capital. What we are doing back home again is having a concerted effort that involves both private sector and the government. The government is in charge of most of the training institutions. But I'll backtrack a little bit. When we talk about skills and capacity building, we need to have a holistic approach. We look at the value chain. Most people tend to just focus on installation, maintenance, and repair. But you just learned the entrepreneurs. So we need ancillary skills in marketing and sales, in logistics, but also upstream, looking at the design of its systems and parts, manufacturing of these component systems and parts, design of the systems themselves. Usually we find that, yes, most of our people can design these small kilowatt range systems, but when it comes to big projects, then we have to get capacity from elsewhere. So I think we need to have that holistic approach. The government back home is in charge of most of the training institutions. So we have put in place special research centers that take this agenda forward. For example, we have a center in energy and energy conservation at Makerere University. It's a very key player in this, in building human capital, even in advanced training programs. We have the Uganda Solar Energy Association. It's a non-profit that brings together all the other private players, and they have special training programs. But we could go across, and we have gotten a lot of support from development partners, from the European Union, from GIZ. Across Africa, you also find initiatives like the Green Solar Academy. I think you're familiar with the Sahel Solar Academy, the African Network for Solar Energy. There's the Shine. There's so many. But what is important is that we have a strategy for capacity building, so that we know the skills that we want, and then we have a plan for us to get there. But I think this is one of the areas that is achievable, even in the short term, but we just have to have a clear strategy for it.
Definitely. So Dr. Augustine is still also in the rural areas and the villages. The awareness about the solar energy and the benefits still, I think, is not enough. Especially also, as you mentioned, the negative impact that people they are getting when the system fall down or stopped because there is no enough capacities. How really we can also, or what the strategies are being used to raise public awareness about the benefits of solar power and to encourage people to adopt it as the solution for the energy access challenge?
I think solar energy is self-advertising. You don't have to advertise it to people. You only can do that when people have a choice. Okay? In villages, like where our project is, they have, electric lines passing. The national grid is there, but it can go for 2 years, 3 years, without any electricity. So the people resort to solar energy, right? And like we said, using that to run small village school stores, run, gardens like what we're talking about and all those things. So it is self-advertising. When the cell phone came to Africa, nobody needed to advertise it. Okay? Because it's a need. It's a need. People can always go for the best. Maybe young people go for the best for TikTok, for every other thing. But the bottom line is that everybody, nearly everybody, is having a cell phone because communication is important. Access to energy is important. It's a basic need, and the people can only find the solution in solar energy. They are going to buy it as well by themselves. They are investing by themselves. Nobody is pushing them to do that. So awareness, I don't want to call it advertising of solar energy, is not needed because they are looking for it. They are looking for access to energy, any form of energy. And what is readily available for now is those solar, energy, even the small gadgets, they depend on us. So it's self-advertised.
Yeah. Dr. Cosmos, I mean, Uganda has done a great job in terms of developing solar energy. This is a good an indication that the awareness of the people in Uganda are very high about the benefits of solar energy. So how did you reach that stage? Because we are talking about still also other countries that this is not that high. But in Uganda, it seems that everybody is aware about the benefit that solar energy will bring in. Can you share with us some lessons from Uganda's point of view?
Yes, gladly. Again, we have to rely on our young people. A critical touch point is when we include solar energy content in our curricula from the start, from basic education to the university. That itself is an advert because you're talking about the technology, and so you're creating awareness. But again, I'll talk about the private sector. Uganda Solar Energy Association has, I think it's called the Solar Week campaign. And a number of activities take place, and the government also supports them. And this has proven a very successful ground for creating solar awareness about solar energy. But I was so excited when I saw one of the demo projects in there. I think that's a very clear pathway to creating awareness, especially in rural communities. These pilot projects. When you have a pilot project, especially for productive use, and you demonstrate that they can turn around the lives in a community through job creation, through climate resilience, it's a self-evident advert for solar energy, and we have so many of these, and they've been supported. Even the government has started investing a lot in these pilot projects. But when I'd like to mention that when these pilot projects are being implemented, it also is off to partner with local players, if they are civil society organizations, NGOs, within these localities, so as to build credibility. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes these systems fail beyond the initiation phase, because when you run it as a project, then it has a beginning as an end. But if you run it as an initiative that should last longer, then it means that you need to have that sustainability plan. When this project is complete, who is going to take charge? Do they know all about this system? Do they know the importance of maintaining it? And so we have seen a lot of success in that. The last one I should make is leveraging digital media, and this is across the board. I think Martin hinted on it. We have celebrities that we leveraged to create awareness, but also I think when we're looking at content creation in African speak, we need to mind about the content that we create. Young people are creating every day. When you go to TikTok, when you go to the social, and you look for useful content, and it's quite scarce. What we have been doing is encourage young people to create content that is useful. And one of the initiatives has been creating content, promoting creation of content around renewable energy in general, but around solar energy in particular. And so we've seen that gaining traction as well.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, we should also walk the talk. Talking just, and there is awareness without, we should bring to the people demonstration project and train them to scale it up. I can tell you in Chad, in Djibouti, we have installed solar cold storage in a very isolated area. It's about 300 kilometers far away from the city. So you cannot convince people unless they see the result and the impact that the technology will bring to them. After that, you can speak with them how to scale it up, how to make it sustainable, and all of that. So talking about encouraging young people, I see the room is full of young people, all of us young people, okay? So I would like to open the floor for any question, any intervention. I think that we really have two good speakers. We should get benefit from their expertise. So I would like to open the floor for the audience. If anyone has any intervention, any comment, any question. Yes. My colleague Emelian from Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Barakat, and the panelists. I will start with on the sustainability. Maybe we are skipping a key aspect on the standards of the whole technology. You see, you are talking of counterfeit appliances and the whole technology. So maybe and this goes to International Solar Alliance, if you can help, especially the member countries, only how do you capacitate us on the issue of standards? We come with probably the minimum energy performance for the whole value chain. And the last one is on the capacity. Maybe we have to change on the capacity and the awareness. It is true, like, I beg you with the money and the center. We still need the awareness, especially on the policymakers. You see, it is a necessity to have power. Even solar, it's obvious it will come. But now, how are we to enable our policymakers, even the politicians, to have the importance of solar, particularly when we are making a policy plan and the strategies? You go to countries like where I come from, the grid, we are extending the grid even to the rural areas. But the issue of reliability and other benefits, if they are not embedded in this, the industry will not grow. So we still need the awareness, but we have to change the way we do. We target the policymakers and the others, because for them, the grid is the credit. If I have extended the grid to my constituents, people will vote for me. But now, policy-wise, is it good or bad? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emelian. Standardization is very important. And as you know, we are working also with Tanzania to establish StarC. And one of the tasks that StarC has really addressed, that to create capacity building for standardization. About the policymaker, I agree with my colleague, Dr. Augustine, we need to have political will. If there is no political will, I mean, we will not speak about any kind of the. Thank you so much. Okay.
May I just comment?
Yes, please.
Yeah. When I said we don't need, I used the word advertisement, and that was on purpose to show that the need is there. The need is there, but raising awareness amongst the policymakers is key. It's important. We can't, and I said that from the onset, that the problem we have is lack of political will. And what you've said about your country is typical in nearly sub-Saharan African countries. and the politician says, I will bring you light. And when they bring the poles and the line, they don't care whether there's electricity in it or not. And I can bet you there are villages and areas in some of these countries that go for years. I'm not talking of months without electricity. But in the book, it has been ticked that they have electricity because the lines have gone there. The solution we are bringing, we're asking for, is access to renewable or sustainable energy, because that is the type of energy that can be decentralized. That politician can lobby and have, a standalone solar system in his constituency or a couple of them. That is doable with solar energy, with other renewable energy models. But with this grid, sometimes it's very, very unreliable, and most of the time it has failed. Okay, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karima. I'm a graduate student from the United States. I wanted to ask about some of the success you guys have had on your past projects. So for the past projects that you worked on, what has the timeline been like? And how have you facilitated streamlining these projects despite the challenges that you have faced? And I know we talked a little bit about some of the things that we've learned from like the past projects and the success that you guys have had. So I'm wondering how you guys keep on timelines and you keep progressing through these projects, through the ideation to implementation phase, make sure that we can get these things up and running as soon as possible. So how do you guys kind of deal with those challenges, and what does the timeline look like kind of considering those things?
I think you can, maybe a generic answer that I could give is that a solar project is not so different from how you manage a solar project is not so different from how you manage any other project. So have very clear design, have a very good team, have a clear monitoring framework, have strong partnerships, ensure that you have the right technology, and think through the risks from the start, and iteratively evaluate progress and see how you mitigate any risks before they impede the project. But then lastly, I think I mentioned this before, community involvement. If it works, it has a higher chance of success and outliving the project itself. So you must demonstrate that potential benefit right from the design stage. And ultimately, when these projects are complete, you must ensure that the operationalization also involves community champions.
Okay, so one of the important issues that you really need to be careful that the internal process inside the country that you are going to implement the project. One of our target when we implement demonstration project to see what are the challenges that are there, even to attract private sector. So I give you one example. When we, I'm not going to name countries, but I can tell you that for the small demo project, it's not big one. The materials stuck in the board around 6 months just to get exempt letter for clearing the material from the board. So this one of the lessons that we have learned. So the next project in the same country, it takes about only 1 month. So you need to really, that's why we think about the policy and the internal process. And this also goes back also to the will of the country. They have really to be willing to devote solar energy. If there's any challenge, they have to overcome the challenges in terms of the policies, framework, regulatory, all of this. So one of the advantages that we really learned from implementing the demonstration project, that we know exactly what are the challenges. But this is remain in other countries one of the big challenges that we are facing. Nowadays, we are implementing 2 demo projects, and it's now 3 months. where we are not able to get the tax exemption letter. This is really one of the big challenges that we are facing. But I mean, from this process, we learn the second project won't take that time.
And thank you so much, Dr. Barakat. Yes, Dr. Barakat, I am Bafude Sanyang, a national focal point from the Republic of the Gambia, known as the Smiling Coast of Africa. I would like to first and foremost appreciate Aisha for having a pavilion at this COP29. The discussions are very insightful and very informative. My comment is going to be, if you look at the concept of energy access, I think there is something that we are missing, and we need to understand the definition of energy access. For me, is still not clear. That's why you have the debate between yourself and the guy from Tanzania. Because what is energy access? Conceptually, if we are looking at energy access, what do you mean? One. Two, you talked about the roles of women in energy access, which is very important. If you want to contextualize it, you look at energy poverty. I want you to tell me the disparities. If you're talking about energy access, now you're talking about everybody having, you're talking about 650 something you mentioned. However, there is a disparity also between men and women in terms of energy access. What do we do to address that? Especially in the clean cooking sector. What is our responsibility to ensure using solar? You said we can use solar and address our energy access. Well, how can we create or close that gap between that men and women in terms of energy access?
Thank you. You've asked two questions. One on how I define access, and the other is the disparity between women and men. Let me start from the second part. It is well known that energy in our context, you come from Gambia, the energy in our context is not just for lighting. You know, the mistake, and I say to everybody, when we started this discussion on renewable energy in the continent, what was the representation? Is one miserable bulb in the middle of the room, of the parlor, not even the bedroom, and that, you know, lights up that light, and then maybe if it's crazy, they can light a small television set. That is energy, right? Renewable energy. You know what? In many villages, in rural African villages, sub-Saharan Africa, when it is 7 p.m., people put up their lights. They don't need lights because they go to sleep. So what is the need of energy? It's for heating, cooking, preservation. And cooking is done by who? Heating is done by who? Preservation is done by who? Okay. So that is the disparity is. The need for energy is more for women than for men. I'm sorry to say this, but that is the truth. Even it's for business. Those who run petty businesses in the villages, most of the time are women. So who needs that energy more? If you were to choose between a man and a woman, it will be. That is where the problem is. Now, energy access is not the availability of energy resources in that community. It's how that person uses it. You can have a plethora of a solar energy installations in a community, but yet people are still living in darkness. One, because they cannot afford it. If it is not efficient, if it is not affordable, they will not. So what therefore is the solution? We have in our organization what we call a democracy. Energy by the people, for the people, and with the people. This cannot have access when they don't have a seat at the table. If you come to a community, you are discussing energy, and when they don't have a seat at the table, then it cannot work for them. So access to renewable energy is not just about energy from renewable sources. It's a holistic overhaul of the system of governance. Okay, so that is the solution. Bring energy democracy that brings the people together. Energy for the people, by the people, and with the people. Case, energy for the women, by the with the women.
Thank you so much, Dr. Augustine. Is there any other intervention? Okay. I give the floor first to the
Okay, thank you. As you mentioned, God has freely given us these resources, and however, we continue to under-realize this due to a lack of technology and capacity building. What specific strategy can be implemented to integrate youth and women into this renewable energy sector, particularly through training programs and capacity building initiative tailored to local realities? We need the youth to develop specific skills to support the country and help make the energy system resilient to climate change. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe let's take another question.
Hello, everyone. I'm Fatmata Manjam from the Gambia. I have two questions, one at a local level and the other at asking the International Solar Alliance. Solar in the Gambia is not something new, because we have several projects on solar. We have the MRV, we have Mbolo, and we also have local solar companies. So for me personally, my dad has used solar for like 15 to 20 years ago, because we moved to a rural area where we don't have electricity. So we were using solar and it was really helpful, but we have advantages and disadvantages. The advantages was we have light in our home, and our neighbors use that opportunity to come and charge their phones and other things. They also watch TV with us. During the day, it is fine, but at night, we have low voltage and all that. So we cannot use kettle, we cannot use refrigerator, and we cannot use other electric appliance at home during nighttime. And during the raining season, the same problem continues. So when we were given the chance to have electricity at home, we were so happy. But for me, I was feeling bad inside, because my dad wanted to transit from using solar to electricity, because he believed that one will be more sustainable for us, because low cost of payment, you just have to put small token to have your electricity, and you can use all other appliances. And all maintenance costs, it takes him for days. Sometimes you have few personnel that understand this solar system in the country. So when we want to go for maintenance, it takes a lot of time to have this maintenance done. So currently we have our inverters, we have our batteries, we have our 4 solar panels. They are not in use, because now we are enjoying the electricity that is powered by the government. So I think the important thing is we have to know how to make this energy at home. We have to know how to go through this energy season and how to maintain both. Because still now, even the government cannot supply energy efficiently for everyone. Sometimes you have this on and off due to some maintenance issues and other things. So it will be very, very important if we have a system at home at local level that can enable us to use this solar effectively and also to maintain its sustainability. So through your presentation, I learned that the International Solar Alliance has a project in the Gambia that is funding women garden. So for this, I made a quick research on it. The challenges that I learned that these women are facing currently is capacity, and also how to use this solar efficiently. Because most of these women gardeners, we know that they are they are unlettered. I don't want to use illiterate, but they are unlettered. They don't go to school, or they are dropouts. They don't have that level of education. So how can they manage? How can they improve in a case where they have these solar problems in their garden? How can they work on that? And also, when you are implementing these projects, I work with the Ministry of Environment, and you have Ministry of Energy. How do you come in place to make sure that their energy policies are in line with what you have on the table? Because if you don't involve the government, it will be very, very difficult for you to engage them when there are problems for these women or other people using solar in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I will start by, I think the two questions is about capacity building. So especially for women at the International Solar Alliance, have launched this year a program what we call Solar for She. It's focused on women. We have selected 2-3 countries to make capacity building for women specifically. It's all about, dealing also with the ministries. At the International Solar Alliance, we deal only with the ministry. And we have in every country a national focal point. Mr. Bafodi is here. He is the national point representing the Ministry of Energy. And honestly, I can tell you most of the time, it depends on how the national focal point is acting. So when I start any program in any country, I look to the national focal point. If he is active, I will proceed. If he is not active, I will find another country. Honestly, this guy is very active, by the way. So I speak with him about including Gambia in the Solar for She, and I'm sure that you will get a lot of benefit on that. It's the same also, I don't know from which country Benin. We are also implementing one project in Benin, but also we can speak after this about that. But for the capacity building at the International Solar Alliance, we have different programs for capacity building. It is one of our key pillars for supporting countries. Nowadays, the program running a training program for bankers. I think we have received 350 participants from all our member countries, but there is a lot of also of the African region. But I can tell you again, I sent the request to all the national focal point. Whatever who sent the participants, I will take them into consideration. But if I'm reaching the country, what I want to say here, there's a lot of benefits that we can get from the partners and from the donors, but it depends on the country. Please, Dr. Christie.
Thank you. I think this is from what country is that?
Gambia.
Gambia. From the beginning of this session, I said we should be full of what kind of renewable energy installations we do in our countries, because they can send a negative signal. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to have a discussion with one former African president. He told me, we were in Addis, he told me, Augustine, you know what? I like vision for this renewable energy. But I must tell you that the experience I had in my country when I was in government, when I was in power, it was not a very good one. When they started with this issue of solar energy, I went to a particular country. I don't want to call the name. I got techniques and I got equipment to my village and installed a whole solar energy system. A few months later, the thing broke down. From that day, my villagers, it affected my elections. Two, the villagers think that renewable energy is energy for the poor people. Just the same as the experience from your father. Now, he went to the village. He was the first person to have any source of any kind of energy in that community. That's why people to have house to charge their phones and did all those things. But the thing kept breaking down. That is the experience of many people. And that is why I insist Africa and African governments should really invest in development of technology. It is not important to plot whether import everything. When it breaks down, we waste time and people are in darkness. If we have this political will to really use renewable energy, let's invest in it. We invest in things that we need. So there's still no, if we lack that will, things will work like this. However, talking about this, my brother, I come from a country, I cannot name the country, Cameroon. At the beginning of this year, or was it last year, the Minister of Finance sent out a circular letter giving tax exoneration on all solar, all renewable energy importation into the country. I think that is, for me, our campaign is working. And how it works in practice, I don't yet know because I've not seen anybody that done people are certainly doing that, but I have not had the experience myself. But just that is a good signal. Maybe if our countries take that path, it will encourage us to import, not only to import what is efficient. Again, talking about access, I'm sorry to tell you longer. I'll give you the story of one Kenyan young person called Adams. During COVID, there is this tool that on my phone and on my computer. There's renewable energy installation in his community. And during COVID, there was a curfew. So people had to stay home and go home earlier than normal. So this young man is seen under the street lamp, solar energy panel, doing his assignment. They said, why are you out at this moment while everybody has to be home? He says, there's electricity in the village, but my grandmother cannot afford it. So I have to come out in the street every evening to do my homework. So, is there renewable energy in that community? Yes. Is it accessible to everyone? No. Coming back to your question on access. Thank you.
Sorry, Barakat, just to interrupt. Just a quick one. I need to help Fatoumata. Fatoumata need to be helped. With ISA, their intervention in any country is country-driven. They don't go to the country directly. They have an entry point. And for your information, the entry point in the Gambia is the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. And to help you, maybe you were speaking from the general perspective, because the demonstration project that is being implemented in the Gambia was handed over to the farmers just 3 months ago. This was in June, July. So if we are coming with that challenges, it will be surprising for me. Maybe you are talking from the general perspective. Yes, there might be challenges. But however, as I said, this is country-driven. And when we were opportune to have this project from ISA, what we did was stakeholder engagement. It's the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy that is responsible. That's the custodian of the energy sector. But however, you are talking about an agricultural project. So we partnered with agriculture. We engaged agriculture, from the beginning. And one important thing that he had mentioned, that is the engagement of the local communities, the beneficiaries. So we did together with the communities. The Agricultural Ministry identified these sites. Initially, it was Wasadu and Julangel. But through our stakeholder engagement, when we went to have at one of the sites, that is Julangel, we realized that that was not a priority for them. So you see, that engagement was very essential. So we think that, yes, we propose to have it at this place, but it's not their priorities. So however, let's just look at other places with good solar radiation. This is very important from the design. You have to look at that and the agricultural activities. And this is what we have done. And for the aspect of the regulatory and policies, we have made sure there is an existing policies and regulations. So for your information, this is how it is. The ISA have not jumped into the country, go to these communities. No, they have used the ministry as an entry point, and the ministry engaged its partner ministry, who is the custodians, and we've worked throughout with the communities. One important thing, in fact, is the sustainability of that. What we did was to ensure that there is ownership. There is that sense of belonging at community level. And the other thing is we ensure that there is local content promotion. We deal with the local contractors. And then we have what is called self-service. That is operational and maintenance guarantees for a certain period. So that, and in that, what we emphasize is the knowledge transfer. We have a set of groups who were trained manually in the local language how to maintain, how to operate and maintain that. So we have also put that in place for your information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the explanation. But also, this is just a pilot project. We are working with the country, through the ministry, how to scale it up with other areas. So, Dr. Cosmos,
Right. Maybe a quick comment on our friend from Gambia. Who was talking about an unreliable solar system. So it's important to note that just like biology, structure informs function, right? In engineering, design informs function. So it's not that the system was bad, it was probably not being used properly. But then, of course, the catch here is that typically for solar systems, solar can do anything for you. It can do everything that you have been mentioning. The challenge that then the design would drive its costs upward. So I think the crux then is how do we have these multifunction systems that can reliably serve households, but at the same time they are affordable. What we have noticed is that usually when you leverage partnerships that can, and I think some African countries are doing this, when you have some local content, it can start with the technology transfer, assembly of some of these components and parts. That usually drives the cost down. But since we are looking at young people who are the future, we know that the technology in the solar industry is still inefficient. Solar cells are, probably 15, 20, if you're lucky, 30% efficient. We should encourage innovation in our institution learning. Let our young people know that the next generation solar cell that is very efficient could actually be innovated by, an African child. So let us encourage innovation at all these parts, and that will probably also ensure that we drive the cost of the project down if we have a lot more local content in its development.
So this is very interesting discussion. We are going behind the schedule. I will take the last comments from my friend. Two last comments. My friend Eugene.
Thank you so much. I think he partially answered the question I was about to ask, which is exactly in what direction, and this is from your perspective, is the technology going? Is the technology fit for Africa, especially for African needs? To what extent is it informed by how Africans use energy? Augustine did briefly mention that the continent doesn't use energy exactly in the same way as countries in the West. How is that technology being designed in a way that is informed by the need on the ground? And it also has elements of design as well, as you did mention.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity that you have given to me to share the experience from Nigeria. I'm Engineer Ben Mayenga, Assistant Director, Renewable and Rural Power Access in the Federal Ministry of Power. I just want to share the Nigerian experience, what we did, because Dr. Barakat made about upscaling this energy access. And for us, no matter the level of interventions we received from agencies, from our international partners, our government also need to take up very seriously. Nigeria had a policy, electricity access policy. We had a regulation, mini-grid regulation. We established, but nonetheless, we never saw the investments coming in. We did some level of training through GIZ of human resources that could install this. Nonetheless, the investments never came in. What did we do that the investment began to come in? We had to go massively for large-scale deployment. We collected a loan, a sovereign loan from the World Bank. This loan that we collected, we issued capital subsidy to develop, because this energy access through solar, because it's majorly through solar implemented in this Nigeria electrification project, we will discover that the energy would not be affordable to some certain level, because on the grid itself, you have consumption subsidy. But for the isolated grids and the interconnected grids, we are offering capital subsidy, which is better. And in addition to offering this capital subsidy, we insist that a developer show a proposal that has productive energy use and must also have a business that could do to anchor that particular project in the community. We also go into a portfolio of projects to since they are a bit affordable. Even at this, you still have currency conversion issues and you still have inflation issues, and it's not for everybody to afford it. But with the productive use and with the commercial enterprises in their franchise areas, this is becoming a bit affordable. So the capital subsidy is quite high. In some other instances, the capital subsidy goes up to 70%. So this is what our government needs to do. We take the bull by the horns. We don't need to just rely on the interventions. I know the loan is quite expensive to Nigeria, but we are getting another one again from the Japan government. We got one from African Development Bank, one from World Bank, all towards providing subsidy to developers. But when we did this, sorry, I'm taking much time. But when we did this, what happened is that we also had other lenders coming in. So it is not only the developers who are now in the field, you have developers and we have lenders who are providing money to these developers. So you have money coming in the economy. It is difficult to begin to track all that is happening, but you have that the economy, this energy access provision to the rural areas is engendering economic development in the country as a whole. So this is just what I wanted to share. Sorry for taking so much of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Bem. Engineer Bem, by the way, he is also the national focal point of Nigeria. So I'm really happy how we see that the national focal points representing the member state, they are very active with the International Alliance. I would like really to thank very much Dr. Cosmas and Dr. Augustine for joining me today, making this insightful discussion. And please join me to give them a huge plug. Thank you so much.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, everybody. You all have to wear your headphones. I think only the minister can hear me speak right now. The rest of you have to wear your headphones. A very good afternoon to you all on behalf of the International Solar Alliance. My name is Sandeep, and I will be the moderator for this session. I'd like to take this opportunity, of course, to thank our Honorable Minister from Fiji, who's here, Honorable Tui Sawau, and for the government of Fiji to be a co-host for this session, together with ISA. This is a very important session, and it's very close to many of our heart, energizing water supply in the rural maritime communities. And it's water, as you know, is a basic human need, and also energy as an enabler to have people to have access to clean, safe drinking water. Our Honorable Minister from Fiji is very passionate and very committed to ensuring that the people of Fiji have access to clean, safe water. And we will hear from the Honorable Minister and our panelists from the different Pacific Island countries today on some of the challenges that they're facing in in making sure that the Pacific or people in their countries have access to clean, safe drinking water. I'd like to call this session a Talanoa session, and many of us from the Pacific would know what Talanoa means. For those of us who Talanoa, the word is new to them, and don't know what it means, it is a term or a word used in the Pacific to reflect a process of inclusive, participatory, and transparent dialogue. Talanoa provides opportunities to discuss authentic knowledge grounded in the Pacific values and principles of love, respect, humor, and warmth. So without taking much of everyone's time, let me welcome and also request the head, the chief of our projects and programs unit, Mr. Ramesh, to deliver a welcome and opening remarks before we invite the Honorable Minister to deliver his remarks for this session. So, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, sir.
Honorable Ro Felipe Tuisabawu, Minister of Public Works, Meteorological Service and Transport, the Government of Fiji. Distinguished panelists from Tuvalu, Nauru, PNG, Kiribati, and Solomon Islands. Distinguished audience, a warm welcome, first of all, ISA Pavilion, and also a session on energy water nexus, energizing water supply to rural and maritime communities specifically for Pacific Island countries. This session will discuss the critical role of solar energy, which plays in ensuring that rural and maritime communities have access to clean, safe drinking water by promoting solar-powered water treatment system suitable for rural communities. Pacific Island countries vulnerable to climate change impacts such as sea level rise and extreme weather patterns and periodic droughts face water scarcity and are now transitioning to solar-powered water treatment technologies, especially for desalination and water extraction systems to address these challenges. These solutions are not only eco-friendly, but also cost-effective as well, and aligns with the renewable energy goals. Solar-powered water solutions are often more resilient than traditional systems because they can be deployed quickly in response to emergencies and do not rely on centralized infrastructure that may be damaged during the disasters like storms and all these things. The traditional fossil fuel powered systems are costly, environmentally unsustainable, and dependent on the fossil fuels which are imported normally, which are also susceptible to supply chain vulnerabilities during extreme weather conditions. Solar energy has the potential to significantly improve access to clean drinking water in the Pacific region, where many communities face challenges related to water scarcity, contamination, and limited infrastructure. According to Fiji's water sector strategy 2050, 11% of Fiji's remote population do not have access to basic level water supply for their daily survival. The Fiji government has accelerated efforts to achieve water-related sustainable development goals, SDG 6, on clean water and sanitation, aimed at building clean, safe, and equitable water supply and sanitation that will ensure resilient, inclusive, and sustainable communities in Fiji, and solar-powered technologies are part of this strategy. In many remote and rural areas globally, women and children often bear the burden of fetching water from distant sources such as creeks, rivers, and wells for cooking, and drinking. Through solar-powered solutions, these women will gain more opportunities to engage in income-generating activities or education. This empowerment can lead to improved economic conditions for families and communities, fostering a cycle of development that benefit future generations. Having said that, access to clean water also is crucial for maintaining hygiene and sanitation. Improved hygiene practices lead to better health outcomes for women and children, thus reducing the incidence of illness related to poor sanitation. Solar energy serves as a powerful enabler for improving the lives of everyone, especially women and children in remote areas, by facilitating access to clean, safe water for drinking, cooking, and by reducing the time spent on water collection, enhancing health outcomes, promoting economic opportunities, and fostering community resilience. Solar energy contributes significantly to gender equity and sustainable development. Investing in solar systems not only addresses immediate needs, but also lays the groundwork for long-term social and economic progress in these communities. I believe many small island developing states have sought technical and financial support for capacity development, community engagement and awareness, assessment and feasibilities, implementation of solar technologies, monitoring and evaluation to establish performance indicators such as reduction in fossil fuel usage and water quality improvements, etc., and reporting from ISA to resolve key issues around the water in excess. Through this session, we will be able to gauge and have an insight of the critical challenges, barriers faced by the small island developing states for deployment of solar technologies in the water sector, and how best we can we all can work in addressing these challenges, particularly for the Pacific Island countries. With that, let me conclude my opening remarks, and I'm sure we will have a very exciting discussion around this very, very important subject. With that, let me also call upon Excellency Ro Felipe Tuisoavu, Minister for giving his remarks to open this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mbulawinaka, to everybody. Today it's interesting to be at COP. I don't know whether to read this speech or just talano to you. Maybe it's more interesting just to talano. Thank you to all the colleagues here and from the Pacific Islands and also the guests who are here. Especially, I'd like to thank ISA for convening this dialogue today. Yeah, the energy water nexus is a challenge. It's quite interesting too. as a Pacific Islander, how do we merge these two and ensure that the synergy between them allows us to access development? I think that's quite a challenge because we know the difficulties of water in our islands, extracting water, the challenges we face in terms of extreme climate events. We've been having increasing number of cyclones and strength. So not only is it related to our daily needs, but also in terms of disasters. When I talk about disasters, it's not only the disasters related to the occasional ones we face, but the daily disasters. Because, of course, in society, some have access to water and some don't. But the question for we political leaders is what like that, and how do we solve that? So in Fiji, we have our national energy policy, as already mentioned, the water strategy 2050, which will cost about close to I think more than 7 billion Fijian dollars. So the question is not only for us, but also for the other Pacific Islanders, and I suppose every other developing country, is how do we access finance, which is not only about adaptation, but also about resilience. And I suppose that's the challenge we face here at COP. I was elected in, I was elected in 2018 in the opposition, but we are now in line for 2 years. And this is my first COP. So it's quite a confusing event for me because it would be, maybe those who have been here a few times, it's easy to follow. But for us, in terms of the various streams which are there or the thematic areas, it can be quite a challenge. So I suppose when you look at this topic, you know, how do we restructure it to fit the agenda of COP? I think that's the challenge we face. Most of us are still dependent on fossil fuels. For example, in one of the islands in Fiji, we have borehole, but it's operated by diesel pumps. So when I was there 2-3 months ago, they replaced those pumps, and the backup was also diesel. So I was wondering, you know, how come in this we're discussing renewable energy, but our water authority is still replacing diesel with diesel? So I suppose, you know, that's a challenge for us. How do we get away from that that mindset as we attempt to move forward? Not only that, but increasingly we face with the climate change problems, but the variation in what's the term? Hydrology, hydrological variations. So which are also through climate change, but also through human activity. For example, uncontrolled farming on the riverbanks, which increases siltation in our river systems. So it's not only about energy and water, but also in other government policies, for example, in agriculture or land use. So it's a challenge again in terms of integrating policies to ensure that whatever we do is not only maximized but also optimized, so that whatever we do is not only effective but also, I suppose, climate resilient, but environmentally sound. So with those are the few comments I thought I'd start with. And thank you for our fellow islanders here. Is there another minister here? No, so you better give me a gift as the minister is here. But thank you to all of you, my colleagues who are here. And I wish you well in the COP. We are working together through Association of Small Island States and SEEDS. And I suppose that's another story. I won't go into that. But thank you very much and all the best to everyone.
Thank you, Minister, for starting the Talanoa. That was, you are the only minister. The Honorable Minister from Tuvalu had to rush to a negotiation. So he couldn't join us, but he has sent his representative to deliver his remarks on his behalf. So our Honorable Minister from Fiji is has served in the opposition, as he said, and he's also a deputy leader of the ruling People's Alliance. And he's has made significant contribution to the development of rugby in Fiji. For us, all of us from the Pacific are rugby lovers. So, thank you, Minister. And like I said earlier, he's a strong advocate for clean energy and also in ensuring that people in Fiji, including people in the outer islands and rural areas, have access to clean, safe drinking water. So with that, thank you so much. And I have heard from the Honorable Minister and our Chief of Unit from ISA, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, that rural and maritime communities across the Pacific are highly vulnerable to water scarcity due to climate change impacts, and not only from just period droughts, but from heavy rainfall and cyclones. I mentioned about the increased turbidity. So when you have heavy rainfall and increased turbidity, which means you need to have use more energy to clean the water to be able to supply to the population. And of course, we want to ensure that the energy that we are using is renewable and clean energy. And to add to the climate change, in the impacts of climate change that we feel in the Pacific, we also, of course, are burdened with the increased fossil fuel import bills. So we'd definitely like to reduce that, and which is of course costly and environmentally unsustainable, as mentioned by Mr. Ramesh Kumar. And we'll be hearing from our Pacific countries in terms of like how do we address some of the challenges that we have, the barriers to solar deployment, or it's to reduce some of the fossil fuel import bills, at the same time ensuring that our people have access to clean, safe drinking water. What the minister did say, that we have to look at it holistically, and we have to address other issues together with making sure we have clean energies like land use and other agricultural practices. The ministers at the 8th Water and Wastewater Forum that was held in Rarotonga in September noted that climate change is the single greatest threat to the water and sanitation security in the Pacific. And we need to work actively to navigate the currents of change to build resilience and security in our Pacific communities. They also noted that special needs of atolls and low-lying islands who are reliant on rainwater, and of course there's changing climate as we know. So some of the countries who used to collect rainwater and had a lot more rainwater, when there is prolonged drought, how do we address the issue? And we're lucky to have representatives from Tuvalu and Kiribati with us, and Nauru, who will share some of their experiences and what they're doing with regards to desalination plants to make sure that people have access to water during times of drought. Also, I'd like to just mention that the Pacific is a home to some of the largest disparities when it comes to access to clean, safe drinking water. And obviously more needs to be done so that our people do have access to this very basic need. There was a joint monitoring program in their reporting to SG 6.1 and 2 noted that 4 out of 10 Pacific people remain without access to basic drinking water services. So that's quite a concern for us as Pacific Islanders. Also in 2023, the energy ministers met in Vanuatu, and they reaffirmed again that climate change remains the single greatest threat facing the Blue Pacific. They called on more people-centered approach to addressing some of the problems and also achieving a just and equitable transition towards a fossil fuel-free Pacific. The ministers also called for development partners to increase efforts to support to mobilize new and additional scaled up, timely, predictable, grant-based, flexible, fit for purpose, and accessible finance. Technology to accelerate decarbonization in the Blue Pacific. We also heard from our Honorable Minister earlier that in Fiji, for us to be fully able to implement the water sector strategy 2050, we need more than $7 billion. So we need to mobilize resources, and we need to see how best we can access the Green Climate Fund and other funds that are available, and it needs to be accessed very quickly so that we are able to address some of these very pressing challenges that we have in the region. With that, now let me introduce, with that background, let me introduce our panelists for today. And then we'll hear from each of one of them about their status when it comes to access to clean drinking water, what are the challenges, and how solar energy could be used as an can be an enabler to get more people to have access to safe drinking water. I'll start off with if I can invite the representative from the Honorable Minister from Tuvalu, Fatupu. Thank you for joining us, and if you would like to come. And Ms. Fatupu is from Tuvalu, and she works in the Ministry of Climate Change, and she has been a very strong advocate for clean energy as well, and has been representing Tuvalu in many of the international forums, talking about some of the challenges they're facing in Tuvalu, and with climate change impacting Tuvalu, how they are working very hard to address some of the issues, including the lack of financial resources. Fatupu, ma'am. If you'd like to speak from there, that's fine as well.
Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, ta'alofa. As mentioned by the moderator, my name is Fatupu Simeti. I work under the Climate Change Department as the NAP Project Manager, or the National Adaptation Plan Manager. It is a privilege to be here, and I want to acknowledge the sponsor, ISA, as well as the government of Fiji for hosting this event. I was just informed to present just a few minutes ago, so I had to run all the way from room 20 to here. And I didn't prepare anything for this event, but I would really like to share my experiences. So for those who are expecting more, because it was supposed to be our Minister Maya's event, I am sorry you are stuck with me, and my experience, the work that I do will help you and your country address some of the challenges that we face. With that, I would just start off with a very brief introduction of Tuvalu is a small island atoll in the West Central Pacific Ocean. Tuvalu faces a critical challenge, security, in the face of changing climate. As a water scarce atoll nation, Tuvalu depends mostly on rainwater. It does have underground water, but people can't use that underground water because of the salinity in it. So we depend mostly on rainwater. Today, I will just be sharing with the experiences with the status of the water security in Tuvalu, and also some of the hard measures that has already took place in Tuvalu. So Tuvalu doesn't have a centralized water system like other countries. Each household has its own water tank. So it has its own water system that each family is responsible for their own water. So, for example, if a family consists of 10 people and those 10 people can only afford tank, that will be the only that family can get. So it doesn't really, it really depends on how people use their water. So that's the system that we have. And even in times of drought, people will go to where the government has preserved water to get some of their water for rationing. Tuvalu is also most vulnerable to droughts. The severe drought that was declared by the government of Tuvalu as a state of emergency was in 2011, and that lasted for about 8 months. The government of Tuvalu invested in desalination plant for all islands of Tuvalu. So Funafut is currently having a diesel power RO unit. Some has solar, whereas some are using diesel. And also Tuvalu now is trying to get all the RO units for all the other 8, 9 islands of Tuvalu. This has been very useful, most especially in times of drought. I think one of the things about Tuvalu is that it doesn't really, it sure affects by drought, but I think the main problem that I see in Tuvalu is not enough capacity of water storage capacity to store the water. Because sometimes it rains a lot during the year, but it's just because family, they are responsible for their own household tanks. And the thing that they can collect is a thing that they can use. So I think the main problem for Tuvalu, of course, it's drought because of climate change. But I think the most problem that is facing by Tuvalu is not enough, water storage to store all the water to be used, the rainwater that we have throughout the year to be used by people of Tuvalu. So whenever there's a drought, for example, just a 1 month without water, you will see people in Tuvalu suffering from the shortage of water. The other measure that we have in place, and that was just introduced, is the household solar water pumps without batteries. So this only works if there's an overhead tank. So we use that because the solar water pumps doesn't have a battery. When the sun's up, it will charges this, and that can pump up into the overhead tank. So that is just the amount that can be used during the day. So at nighttime, if you don't have any water up on the overhead tank, then you use that water. So those are the kind of problems that are faced by this kind of system. But those are the systems in place and the hard measures that I know Tuvalu has taken up to address water scarcity. I think that's all from my side, and I'll give it to the other panelists, and I'm happy if there's any questions about water. It's just that I didn't really prepare for this. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatipu, for running from your other session. And but please do convey our regards to your honorable minister, and thank you for allowing you to come to represent him. Thank you. And if I may now invite our friend from Kiribati, Mr. Rimeta Tabwere, to talk about some of the challenges and opportunities for solar deployment in addressing the water issues in Kiribati. Mr. Tabwere is from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Energy, and he manages out island projects related to renewable energy. Maybe, sir, Mr. Tabwere, if you can share your experiences and what Kiribati is, what measures the government of Kiribati is taking in addressing the water issues and using clean energy.
Thank you, Sandeep. Before I start, I would like to Thank you again, Honorable Minister from Fiji and ISA for giving us this opportunity to share experience and insights from Kiribati regarding water and energy changes. The importance of water solar system desalination as potential solution to water scarcity cannot be overstated. Water supply remains a significant concern for the Kiribati Islands, particularly in the outer islands, where freshwater sources are limited to groundwater and rainwater harvesting. In many cases, local communities are forced to travel long distances to access water, placing considerable burden on school students and women. A viable solution to this pressing issue lies in the implementation of solar power desalination and solar pumps for fresh water supply and distribution to remote communities. The Kiribati government is steadfast in its commitment to keeping 1.5 degrees alive and enhancing climate resilience, and therefore initiating solar power desalination and solar pumps for providing water supply, improving social development, while at the same time reducing our reliance on fossil fuel imports. Issues, challenges around solar power desalination solution in Kiribati include the availability of technology and the technical capacity and community awareness, land space, especially when large-scale desalination plants, and the sustainability of the systems. I've, like you mentioned, in terms of projects, I've managed some few projects in Kiribati, and we usually manage for like there's islands and there's little islets from the like remote islets from the same island, and these are very it's populated and they have limited access to fresh water, and these are our projects usually target these areas to in terms of solar power desalination. But the solar desalination system is usually a small scale one, like 250 liters per hour. Like the same as my colleague there mentioned, we produce the water and store it in a storage container before storage tank before distribution to local communities. So that is our current approach on the use of solar system in water supply, fresh water supply and distribution to local communities in remote islands of Kiribati. In addition, in collaboration, so these are the issues. So we have the technical capacity we are lacking and need more support on these areas. And in collaboration with international partners such as International Solar Alliance and other government bodies, the Kiribati government is actively working, as I mentioned, to advance the adoption of solar energy and in water solutions. I also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge ISA's ongoing support for the Kiribati solar energy initiative, including capacity programs in STAR-C program, scholarships for masters in renewable technology, and the solarization of Nawai Chesis Junior Secondary School in one of the islands in Kiribati, which is also remote in Tamana, which is invaluable. We are grateful for ISA's contribution to our effort to mitigate climate change and build sustainable future. And we look forward to continuing our collaboration in the field of solar energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Remeta from Kiribati. That was very it's good to hear what are some of the challenges that you're facing. At the same time, Of course, NASA is also working with a number of Pacific Island countries to ensure that we address some of the challenges. In Tonga, we have done some projects in Fiji, Samoa, Nauru, as well as working with Solomon Islands and Tuvalu. With that, let me please introduce Miss Harris from Nauru. She's the Director of Energy. With extensive experience in renewable energy. She's very determined and working very hard to ensure or to achieve the 100% renewable energy target that Nauru has set. So, Ms. Harris, if I can request you to Talanoa.
Hello, thank you, Sandy. Excellencies, excuse me, delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Omojeko or good afternoon. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you today at this esteemed panel. And on behalf of the Republic of Nauru, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the International Solar Alliance for creating this crucial platform for dialogue and collaboration, and of course, Talanoa. Today, I speak on behalf of a small yet but resilient island nation, Nauru. Nauru is located 33 kilometers south of the equator, and Nauru is a singular island which is home to around 12,000 people who are primarily situated along its coastline, as the island's interior has been largely excavated for phosphate, a booming industry that brought economic growth but left a moon-like landscape and uninhabitable land. This reality amplifies the challenges we face, including energy reliability and access to clean drinking water. There is only one power station in Nauru, serving households, businesses, and public facilities. This central dependency leads to frequent load shedding, which disrupts essential services and everyday life. Water security remains a pressing issue. The impacts of climate change, particularly unpredictable weather patterns and prolonged droughts, have made clean and safe drinking water increasingly scarce. Over the past 2 years, a severe drought exacerbated these challenges, making innovative, energy-dependent solutions like solar-powered desalination plants and reverse osmosis systems a necessity. In Nauru, solar energy is not just an option. It is our most affordable and sustainable energy source. Energy is the enabler that powers life-saving innovations like water purification and desalination through reverse osmosis plants. For instance, there are 2 locations of reverse osmosis plants on island, one in Aiwo and one in Meniang. Our main reverse osmosis plant in Aiwo currently produces about 1,000 kiloliters of water daily, meeting daily demand, but operating well below its maximum capacity of 3,500 kiloliters. Nauru does not have a water reticulation system. So like my cousins from Tuvalu and Kiribati, water is delivered to each household in water trucks to fill their water tanks to provide for the family. To expand access, we plan to increase the capacity of the Meniang plant from 110 kiloliters to 1,300 kiloliters per day, significantly improving water availability for residents and businesses alike. Furthermore, we recently secured funding from the International Solar Alliance to build a solar-powered reverse osmosis unit at the Republic of Nauru Hospital, which will cater to both the hospital and the broader public, as it will have a tap on the outskirts of the fence so that people can have easy access to the water. Several energy initiatives have already been implemented in Nauru, including one, a 6-megawatt solar farm funded by the ADB, another a solar farm Other farms include the from the UAE and New Zealand's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Another project is a community-based rooftop solar project supported by Australian DFAT, Jeff Small Grants Program. We have solar-powered desalination system within communities that have been financed by JICA, ISA, and Jeff. And we also have policy frameworks such as the Nauru Energy Policy Framework, the Nauru Energy Roadmap that aims to guide us toward our ambitious target of achieving 100% RE use by 2050. Despite these advances, significant challenges remain. Achieving universal access to clean energy and water in Nauru requires technical expertise, financial investment, and innovative partnerships. I would like to appeal to all of you for continued collaboration in areas such as 1, investing in solar-powered pumps and purifiers for irrigation and household use. Of course, 2, capacity building to train local technicians and communities in maintaining solar and desalination systems. And the 3rd one, facilitating technology transfer to bring cutting-edge solutions to small island nations like ours. In conclusion, our journey underscores a universal truth, and it is life. By investing in renewable energy, we are not just powering homes or purifying water, we are ensuring a future where a person, regardless of geography, has access to the basic necessities of life. Solar energy is abundant, clean, and free. With the right support, it can be the cornerstone of resilience and sustainability for Nauru. Bakar, thank you. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Nauru. That was very interesting to hear the initiative that has been undertaken in Nauru. I know, Ms. Harris, with your leadership, Nauru will be able to achieve the 100% RE target by 2050 with the right support. And of course, ISA is here to work alongside with you and the government of Nauru in in addressing the challenges you have, especially with regards to the capacity needs and resource mobilization, so that we are able to achieve the 100% target by 2050. And together with our other Pacific island countries that are engaging with. With that, I'd like to now invite our next panelist of the Pacific, Mr. Richard Bap. He's from Solomon Islands. Again, he's from the Ministry of Energy in Solomon Islands, and he is very involved in the energy reforms and policy work within the government in Solomon Islands with regards to renewable energy. So, Mr. Bapu, if I can kindly invite you to share with us the experiences from Solomon Islands, some of the barriers, the opportunities that's there, and how we can towards ensuring that Solomon Islands reach its RE targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, Honorable Minister from Fiji, and colleagues from the Pacific, and Isa. Thank you for this opportunity to give Solomon to actually share our experience, especially in the water sector. I think for Solomon Islands, as you know, we have some bigger islands and small islands, and we have population that is said around the islands. Most of the populations, around 80%, are in the rural areas. So in terms of water, it's a very big challenge. Due to the impact of the climate change, I think it's affecting the food garden as well. And the country is trying its best to actually help in sustaining the agricultural life, as well as providing water and energy services to the areas. I think in terms of our rural electrification program, we try to bundle the idea of having water and energy provisions to our projects, especially for the boarding schools and the rural health centers. So this is one of the ongoing programs that the government is doing. So when we do supply power or RE systems to schools, we at least assess the possibility of providing clean water as well. I think we have experiences in some of the schools where the effect of logging is actually affecting the groundwater system around some of those schools there. So the area that actually needs to be needs assistance to actually purify or treat this water to actually give to the students. In terms of water treatment as well, I think for the low-lying islands, especially out in the rural areas, we have the intrusion of salt water into the waterways. So I think these are the other areas that the government is putting efforts on in terms of water. The object that the government is doing as well is the provision of boreholes for the main centers, especially around the townships where we have accessibility by road. So we're trying to do boreholes, and then the community themselves provide for them the solar or the pumping systems. So I think there's still a lot that needs to be done in terms of providing boreholes for water, and the systems are not treated. Communities just pump up those and supply to the rural areas. These are only applied to areas where they have access to road system, so that pump trucks can go in and actually boreholes. Another area that we try to venture into as well is the water desalination process. We've actually tested one system a few years back. These are very small systems that are given to the communities, but I think we had a problem with sustainability of those systems. In terms of the spare parts, I think the communities cannot sustain those parts in buying for those parts. And I think the system that was used during the time, when they tried to source the spare parts, the manufacturers actually closed down. So we actually have a problem with that in terms of the system that's being installed in the islands. Coming back to the government water system, I think the utility itself, as you know, in the country, Solomon Islands, we are the highest, especially in terms of the tariff, power tariff. So we incorporate the power tariff into the pumping itself. The cost of water is really high. So the idea that we are trying to do now is try to, if any chance that we can actually assess those pumps to actually turn them to an RE-driven type, where we can actually cut the cost, especially with pumping. The electricity in the pumping is really high, especially because of we operate almost 90% plus on imported diesel fuel. So I think these are some of the areas that the national government is looking at, especially in terms of supplying water to the populations. For the urban areas, there's a need as well for water treatment. So the experiences where during very heavy rain session, you can expect the water to be turned off to still building up during the pumping. So those are the issues that is affecting us in the country. And I think most of the urban or the provincial, we have only 4 provincial centers being served by the national utility. And still we have another 5 still out there, depending on probably water or doing pumping water, then supplying to those government services. So the water utility actually serves only 4 out of the 9 provinces in the country. So the need to actually roll out water systems to actually cover the country is still it's a big job to be done. And especially in RAE systems in pumping and delivering those services to the people. Yeah, I think from us Solomon Islands, these are some of the areas that we are looking at, and we're continuing to do projects with regards to our ongoing rural electrification projects, trying to build in water systems. The government systems, when you have to deliver services on government budget, takes quite a long time. So that's one of the issues being faced by government-funded projects. I think with that,
Thank you so much, Richard, for that. I just have one more speaker who's joined us online from PNG. We'll just listen to Mr. Eddie Magao. He's the Executive Manager Projects in PNG, and he looks after renewable energy projects across PNG. So we'll quickly hear from him. And then we will open the floor up for any questions that anyone has for the panelists. If we run out of time, you can always catch them after the session and then end the session. So if Eddie can us.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Eddie.
Can you hear me?
We can hear. But we
Okay,
cannot see.
thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, Eddie, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to pass MD's apology, but before that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Minister for the Public Works and Meteorological Service and Transport of Fiji. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. Although I'm online, but your presence with the other colleague ministers on such event like this is a big indication to all of us that there is a support from people like you from that level. So thank you very much, and thank you also for ISA for organizing this, and for this time to speak to you guys. I stepped in for my MD, Managing Director. He was supposed to be talking, but he couldn't, so he asked me to step in and convey his apology. Together with my minister, our energy minister, they convey their sincere gratitude, and they're impressed about the last visit that they did together to ISA, India, and they witnessed the event there, the last one that International Solar Association had, and they were impressed and they were very happy, and they would like to congratulate all the organizing team over there, and they've come back home with renewed commitment to advocating for this solar activities in the country. And at this juncture, I'd like to mention, I would mention some of them down the line during my talk, but I'll start off with the thematic talk for today, and that is water and how solar could help in providing clean water for the people. And you all may know Papua New Guinea. For those of you who don't know, it's one of the largest island nation in the Pacific, and we have a lot of islands, over 600 islands, and a land mass that is made up of rugged terraneous mountain ranges and then the coastal areas. So, and we have people living across the country, the whole length and breadth of the country. And we've in different geographical locations in the country, they have their share of problem or challenges with respect to water. Towards the coastal areas, a lot of them, they depend on bore water. And bore water is, they depend on bore water, and most of the time, the ladies, men or women, men in the bore, fetching the water, and it's a very tedious thing to do manually. As you come across the coast of PNG around, you'll see that's a common sight where people start dropping in the bucket, pulling up the water from the morning, afternoon, and during lunch. So they spend pretty much like 20 to 40, you can say up to 50% of the time doing the job. Just recently, we have influx of some private sectors coming in, and they started doing this pumping, bore water pump technology to have all this process automate, and then the villagers can open the tap at the front of the house. Unfortunately, there are challenges to those things that are happening along the coast, where the salinity level and sedimentation and some of the products could not sustain the use, implementation, and who takes care of this, is a combination of different problems that causes this bore water technology not to last that long. Some are man-made, some are the technology and the choice of the type of bore water technology that they get and they install. Others just the choice of community to vandalize the thing. So there's still a challenge. And then the implementation arrangement as to who's going to take care of such things, especially the remote areas. So that's along the coastal areas that we have. And some of the villages that I've visited actually doing my runs, I've noticed, especially our women folk have benefited a lot. They saved a lot of time, and they do other things. They invested time into other things, doing gardening or reading books or taking care of kids or looking after other things, and also engage in other economic activity. So it's very good. So we are trying to look at different areas, do a thorough study on how we could deploy a good technology that will suit specific areas of the country. That's for the coastal area. Up in the highlands, due to population boom and village expansion, all the open rivers are not safe more to drink. And there is a need up there in the highlands where isolated villages and isolated communities exist, where there is schools and public utilities like aid posts, market, community gathering areas. There is a need for a clean water up there, and they're turning into a drilling bore water now, not bore water, but they're getting it from drilling the earth, or drilling the earth, and then installing bore pumps again down there to pull the water or pump the water up to Southern Cross, and then get it across to some other areas. So there's similar concept or similar approach that they're doing in the coastal, that they're doing up in the highlands area now. And that's the common challenge that we have. So the need for solar technology to help in providing clean water is big here in the country. And we have here at where I'm working, we have a program of identifying those needed area, and we package it more like a portfolios of projects whereby it targets schools, aid posts, it targets the community villages, and then we make a scalable for investors to come in and put money where they can find good implementation arrangement with the community, and they can make business in that area where they provide necessary service, and people are going to pay for it at an agreed fee. Same as what we're doing in the rural electrification space in that light. So we have quite a good number of interest from all private sectors. They've come in and they've partnered with different state agencies, different provincial and local level government to provide that service. So they go in with a turn-on plug-and-play package or solution, and then they try to get funding from the local areas to fund and then install such services with the applicable solar package. In the country now, we have up until to date, we have an aggregate of solar installation up to at least a big country, but not big solar installations, up to 5-6 megawatt. That's an aggregate altogether that we have. And we have one utility player that is one utility, the main company, PNG Power, that is in the country now. I'm trying to utilize solar with their thermal system as a hybrid for all the remote centers that they are providing service at now. It's a different thing for them, as they are used to the main hydro and the thermal. So now going into the hybrid system to really cover all the 26 sites, including their main grid, 3 main grids. It's a challenge to them, challenge in terms of the technical challenges in grid stability and how the solar work and how they can fit into the grid, and also the challenges in terms of the regulatory environment and the safety aspect of things, where it's a new technology to them. So they are doing pretty fine now at the moment with the help of the development partners, especially DFED. They put in a guideline for the solar, for the hybrid system, best hybrid system, solar battery and storage system. And again, they come across challenges that they can be regulated easily, as a regulator is a different body now, and they're trying to handle the compliance issue with this technology. It's quite challenging now at the moment, but we're looking at up to by 2025 or so, we should scale up the solar installation for the hybrid in the country. And solar will play a key role in decarbonizing PNG because of all the thermal system are using fuel now at the moment. So it's going to play a big key role in that. So our minister and MD, they made a trip to the meeting in India. And what they came back with is they made a commitment to come back and focus with one of our technical institution here in the country to set up a Stasis center that will really look at the solar technology and everything to do with solar to accelerate solar technology here in the country. And we're working closely with ISA on that space to to put up a solar roadmap for the country and centralized an a institution where it can help us to accelerate the utilization and financing of solar products here in the country. We've developed a TOR which we've shared with our development partners to bring support in, and then they can focus more on the solar here in the country. We have a very strong private sector and the private investors who are very strong in this space. We as a government would like to facilitate. So what we've done is we've finalized our solar energy policy as a subsector renewable. We finalized that already. We will be.
Sorry, Eddie, we just are running a little over time. If you can just quickly round up your
Okay, I'm done now.
yeah,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm done. That's the approach that we're taking, and we are working closely with our Pacific Island countries and ISA to see how we can really do a better job in decarbonizing Pacific with the solar technology. So thank you very much once again, and I will be happy to take the questions if there's any. But I'm sure I'm out of time. Yes, Vinaka, thank you.
Vinaka, thank you, Eddie, and maybe we can have another Talanua session around a kava bowl someday. Fiji can host us, I'm sure. Director. So thank you so much, everybody. We are running time, but maybe I will open the floor for a question or two. If anyone has any pressing questions for our panelists today, if not, then you can always grab them after the session. They can be around for 2-3 minutes before they head to their next sessions. But we'd like to thank you all for being here. We heard from the Pacific countries, the challenges they are facing, and the opportunities for solar deployment in the water sector, and the needs for technology transfer. We heard about the need for desalination and groundwater extraction system, solar powered, since solar is more readily available to many of our Pacific Island countries. Of course, Pacific Island countries, as we all know, are resource constrained, not only financial, but technical resources. So ISA is working with countries to set up STARSEA centers where we will be then training communities and the population on solar technology. Also, we have heard from Tuvalu and Nauru and other Pacific countries in terms of the climatic conditions when they change, long droughts, the lack of access of water, and what they are doing to address some of the issues that they face given that the climate change impacts are becoming more severe by day. With that, I'd like to also thank our Honorable Minister, and it's always good to have a politician in the room. The Honorable Minister at the ISA Assembly said that we are, as politicians, we want to hear from the experts to provide advice to them on how best they can then fulfill their promises and also to make sure that the people of Fiji, in our minister's case, have access to clean, safe drinking water and have access to energy, which is, we all know, clean energy, which is an enabler to improving the livelihoods of our people, whether it's in Fiji or any other country in the world. With that, I'll hand over to Mr. Ramesh, sir, for his concluding remarks. And then we'll end this session, but please feel free to grab this past after the session if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. This was I was very closely looking at the remarks, just to start with, to say that many of the time, pick me or from the other countries, they go to these the island countries as tourists, and then you find all well, but the problems which you talked about is very, very important. The change is really affecting, running into the droughts and the lack of water, and the day-to-day water is an issue, especially with the rural communities. So what I could understand, three, four common issues. One, of course, is the technical capacity to deal with that, and technology transfer is a second issue. The technology transfer is the second issue. More of one or two things which I want to suggest as a whole. The pricing also is an issue. When you have a higher technology, the prices goes up generally. Whereas being remote, and especially my friend, one of the speakers told about not having space. So this is one critical issue which make it the sustainability of these projects, and then you don't get the spare parts, and then sometimes you have to scrap it, and that too also becoming an issue. Looking at these things just as a suggestion, and as ISA is having almost all countries are part of ISA. One or two suggestions I have, because we can discuss on this on later. Maybe to create economy of scale, probably we need to aggregate the capacities required, the quantities required among these island countries. This is one which can reduce the prices. The price reduction also is a very critical. At times, whenever the PFR, I try to see why there's so much of cost difference. A solar pump in India and there cost almost 3 or 4 times. Of course, I can understand there is a large volume, but at the same time, whether it is 4 times is justified or not. Of course, the economy of scale is one which we should look into that. So if we aggregate and see how we can do that, this is one suggestions which I'm. Second, having the remoteness and the problems in logistics, I think the quality of the specifications is very critical here. So that you have lesser problems, or you have a long life of the equipments, considering your specific condition of salinity or the other maybe the stormy conditions and all this. And you should specify the equipments. And not only specific equipments, assurance of those quality is by the contractors or EPC. At times, many times I see what they actually specified doesn't that leads into a problem. These are some of the suggestions based on this. Is a wonderful discussions. Most of the islands have similar problems. We need to see collectively how can we reduce the price, increase the life of these things, do the capacity building, how the maintenance issues can be reduced. Let us work very closely on all these issues. So let me stop here, and many congratulations and many thanks for all bringing these key issues here. And the Honorable Minister, you are so concerned, and I can understand your concern, because you need to reach out every nook and corner of the country and the remote islands. The people get all their safe drinking water there. Many thanks.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you please wear your headsets? A very warm welcome to everyone who has joined us today in person and online for the event on solarizing communities through women-led climate action, strengthening adaptation, unlocking finance, and creating jobs. Jointly organized by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, with support from Natural Resources Defense Council and International Solar Alliance. I'm Charulata, Director Renewable Energy at NRDC India, and I'll be your host for the event. The transition to clean and secure energy and efforts to combat climate change hinge on several different factors. One such critical element is closing the gender gap to fully include women in the technical, scientific, and business development of renewable energy sector. Women are disproportionately impacted by the effects of climate change, but when empowered, they are inordinately successful at transforming and bringing effective change to their households, communities, and societies. During today's session, we will hear from experts from across the Global South on success stories of women-led climate action across regions and how they think these projects can be scaled. We will also look at some issues that hinder a gender-inclusive development and explore innovative solutions to tackle these problems. With this, we will begin with today's session. I'd like to invite Ms. Rajshri Ray, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to please come and take her seat on the stage. Ms. Ray is responsible for planning, promoting, coordinating, and overseeing the implementation of all programs, policies, and schemes at the ministry in India related to environment, climate, and forestry. I would now like to invite Ms. Suman Chandra, Director, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to please take her seat on the stage. Ms. Suman Chandra is an officer of the Indian Administrative Services. She is also a distinguished alumni of the Yale Environment School and specializes in climate solutions and environmental policy. Under the UNFCCC framework, she negotiates on the climate agenda items of carbon markets, mitigation, and just transition. I'd now like to invite Ms. Yamit Dagnett, Senior Vice President, International Natural Resources Defense Council, who's also our moderator for today's panel discussion. Yamit is responsible for leading the vision and strategy for NRDC's international program and maximizing the organization's impact. Prior to joining NRDC, Yamit worked in philanthropy, where she raised significant support for climate adaptation projects and efforts to tackle unavoidable loss and damage due to climate change. She focused on bridging and protecting diverse voices for just, equitable energy and industrial transitions, while promoting scaled up and accessible sustainable development and climate finance. I would now like to invite our next panelist, Ms. Aditi Mukherjee, who's a director, Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Impact Action Platform at Consultative Group of International Agricultural Research. Dr. Aditi is a director at CGIAR. Earlier, she was a principal researcher at International Water Management Institute based in India. Prior to that, she led the Water and Air theme at the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development in Nepal. Aditi was also a coordinating lead author of the water chapter in the Working Group 2 of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change established in February 2022. I'd now like to invite Ms. Sandeep Kaur from ISA to please come and join the panel. Sandeep leads the work on SIDS at ISA and all the coordination that ISA does in the region. We also have with us Ambassador Saini Nafo, who who will be a panelist at today's session. Ambassador Nafo is the coordinator for African Adaptation Initiative, co-chair of the Green Climate Fund Board, former chair of the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change. Ambassador Nafo has made significant technical contributions to Africa's Sustainable Development Agenda over the last decade, particularly in fighting climate change, promoting renewable energy, and mobilizing resources. Ambassador Nafo was elected as the Green Climate Fund co-chair for 2025. He was invited by the UN Secretary General Guterres to join the UNSG High-Level Advisory Group on Climate Action. Since 2019, Ambassador Nafo heads the African Union's Africa Adaptation Initiative Technical Support Unit, launched in 2015 at COP21 in Paris by African heads of states to accelerate the implementation of concrete climate adaptation action on the ground. Welcome everyone to today's session. I would now start with the high-level plenary, and I'd like to invite Mr. Samir Kawatra, who's a Senior Director, India International at NRDC, to provide the opening remarks and set the context.
Thanks, Charu. And welcome, everyone, to this important discussion. And I know every session you go to here, people say this is an important discussion. But let me tell you why. In India, we have this age-old saying, which goes, Satyamev Jayate. And that means truth prevails. Unfortunately, the time frame in which truth prevails is not specified, but we trust that it does eventually prevail. Now, if you go back in history, and in these climate talks, people who've been our veterans have been coming here for a long time. Sometimes you tend to despair and doom and, is there real progress or not? But you don't have to go that far in history to see there was a time when women didn't have a voice. They didn't have the right to vote. It wasn't that long ago when, humans owned other humans as property. It wasn't that far ago, when humans would actually, have public execution of other humans just on some suspicion. Things do progress, things do change. The time frames for change are different. But what is really important for change to happen? The one critical, essential ingredient is that people, the right number of people, have to talk about what's right, have to say the right thing. And when we start speaking about the right thing, then it becomes the right condition for change. And now let me tell you what the right thing is. There's research here that Charu shared with me. Women are better leaders. Women outscore men on many leadership qualities: long-term thinking, taking initiative, learning agility, building relationships, decision-making, research, and not just me. When given access to the same resources, research found that women farmers increase agricultural yields, the same resources, same environmental conditions, by 20 to 30%. So the truth is, not only, being gender inclusive is the right thing, it's a critical thing. And so I'm just so excited to welcome you to this really important discussion, because I hope what we hear this amazing panel talk about stays in our mind, and then we talk about it. We're going to listen to a lot of success stories. We're going to listen to how to scale it up. And I'm just so honored to have the privilege of being here in this company. So I'll let the women take the center stage and look forward to these discussions. Thank you very much for joining us. Back to you, Charu.
Thank you, Samir, and thank you for setting a very, very positive tone for today's discussion. With this, I'd now like to invite Ms. Suman Chandra, Director at Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, to provide the special remarks.
Beyond the conventional gender box ticking, let me invoke all the women before me who have paved the way for all of us to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, I thank the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, Government of India, International Solar Alliance, and Natural Resources Defense Council for your partnership to put together this timely forum today, so that we refocus our attention on the need of an equitable and gender-balanced energy transition globally. Over the centuries, energy has been a catalyst for transformation, driving industrialization and improving lives across the globe. Solar energy is at the forefront of this transformation, becoming today the least cost option for the power sector and offering unprecedented opportunities. Recent breakthroughs in cell technology, advanced battery technologies, and integrated AI and IoT are reshaping the solar landscape, making it more efficient, cost-effective, and reliable. These innovations are not only advancing energy solutions, but are also accelerating progress for women by creating new opportunities in technology, entrepreneurship, and leadership in the clean energy sectors. The road to true gender equality remains long and ever-shifting, particularly when it comes to all the nuanced way gender intersects with the social norms, climate change, and decision-making. As far as India's story is concerned, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is working towards achieving 500 gigawatts of non-fossil-based electricity generation capacity by 2030, in line with Honorable Prime Minister Modi's Panchamrit announcement at COP29 in Glasgow. India today stands fourth globally in renewable energy installed capacity, fourth in wind capacity, fifth in the solar power capacity, surpassing 200 gigawatt mark of total renewable energy capacity last month. India remains committed to addressing the impacts of climate change and achieving its net zero targets. However, the move towards the clean energy transition will require decarbonization efforts across all sectors and economic activities, and the House agrees that. It is important for us, therefore, to energize the pivotal role of women in the renewable energy value chain and how this increased participation can contribute to long-term energy security and climate goals of India. With access to the right mix of policy, support, finance and technology support, women are central to advancing the clean energy goals, not only in India, but around the globe. We all agree that in terms of policy, women-centric policies and implementation framework can unleash positive changes across aspects of women's lives and energy access to better health and resource governance to community resilience. We have seen that from examples in India, whether it is PM Kusum or a Haryali Gram Yojana that was run by NRDC themselves. In terms of technology, on technology front, we are promoting women-led climate-friendly and clean energy solutions, including decentralized and distributed renewable energy, especially in the rural areas. These will be important contributors in building resilience for communities, ensuring availability of quality and reliable power for empowering women and walking the talk on climate justice and equity. For example, women in India today are leading the revolution of solarizing agriculture and are the catalyst into the clean energy transition in rural India from various states in schemes like PM Kusum. Ground feedback from initiatives such as these also help our ministry in designing relevant climate-centric policies and programs. In terms of finance, we all agree that finance is a key enabler to increase energy access in rural communities. MNRE has been providing subsidies under programs for agri-solarization, National Bioenergy Program for renewable-based energy like solar water pumps and biogas plants that directly impact the rural women. Existing and new policy schemes and programs, including the National Green Hydrogen Mission, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, which is Asia's largest rooftop solar program, PM Kusum, and others are creating new jobs and opportunities and pushing additional demand as India moves towards its climate goals. MNRE's Women in RE initiative recognizes the efforts of women in the renewable energy space by designing, training, and capacity building programs and curating forums such as today's to showcase success stories of leadership across government, governance, policy, and grassroots community level. we have a remarkable window of opportunity, not only to fulfill India's climate goals, but also to position India as a significant contributor to the global energy transition narrative, which is equitable and gender balanced, putting women front and center in the renewable energy workforce as a priority. India has been a champion of innovation and inclusivity, ensuring that the benefits of solar energy reach all people, particularly vulnerable communities. These strategic policies and programs, such as International Solar Alliance and investment in solar infrastructure, India is demonstrating leadership in the global clean energy movement. By aligning ambitious climate targets and sustainable growth, India is sending today a strong signal to the world that fighting climate change and advancing economic development are not mutually exclusive, and we can walk this talk together. As we look forward towards 2030, let us embrace the collaborative efforts needed to ensure more communities, including women and other gender and marginalized groups, to have access to solar energy's transformative power. I'm happy to be part of this important session in partnership with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of NRDC and ISA. I thank you again for inviting me, and I look forward to success of our collective efforts to empower women and to energizing the larger world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chandra, for sharing with us the ministry's vision on including women in India's energy transition and also the pivotal role of women in the energy value chain. I'd now invite Ms. Rajshri Ray, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to please deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to all. Let me start by thanking the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, ISA and NRDC for having the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change here in this important conversation. This is a topic personally which is very close to my heart, and of course it's a very timely topic and very important topic which we are talking about here: women-led climate action, strengthening adaptation, and of course we are talking about the financial inclusion in some ways, and of course the job opportunities out of that transition which we would be talking about. So we heard already about the remarkable journey which India has heard from my colleague Ms. Suman. She has mentioned about in various words, but the remarkable journey and the very intense journey which we had in the last more than 10 years in the sphere of renewable energy. So yes, it is a remarkable journey with a domestic enabling environment, with a number of domestic policies enabled that transition to take place. At the same time, we can see that a number of initiatives taken by India at the international level also in the sphere of the promotion of renewable energy. And now I'm standing here in ISA Pavilion, International Solar Alliance Pavilion, an initiative which was an India-led initiative. So there are a number of initiatives in that sense at the international level also, as an international initiative which Government of India has been very much a part of it since its beginning or since its foundation. So, of course, when it comes to the promotion of renewable energy or the climate actions as a whole, we can see that great ambitious actions which we have taken in the last many years in terms of nationally determined contributions, and where are we as far as the achievements of those quantitative targets which we have in our NDCs. Then we can look into other documents and other initiatives which India has taken. We have the National Action Plan on Climate Change, which is the domestic climate policy framework, which enables climate actions in various sectors, including the renewable energy, and very focused actions in the solar, wind, hydro, And now we are talking about a kind of transition which is required as as an economy. So the kind of economic trajectory in front of us in terms of the macroeconomic development, that is very important. So the transition which is demanded here is that we need to have a macroeconomic development which is environment friendly, and we need to have a transition which has to be a green transition, and that green transition will have to be an equitable transition, just and orderly transition. So macroeconomic growth with a just, equitable and orderly green transition, that is what we are aiming as far as the climate action is concerned. So as an economy, as a country, when we do have this transition taking place, it is very important that that transition has incorporated gender into it. That then only that becomes an equitable and just transition, when we have integrated the gender consideration into all these actions. So, and we all agree that women contributes their contribution to the economy, to the society is very important, and they do contribute greatly in terms of the economic journey, or also in terms of the societies. But at the same time, if we look at the climate impacts which we need to talk about, of course, one is about the mitigation, other is about the adaptation. When we look at the impacts of climate change and all, of course, it affects everybody in the society, men and women. But then we see that it falls disproportionately on women when it comes to the adverse impacts of climate change. There are various reasons which we can see in the society why it is so, because there are certain traditionally, or in the conventional societies, if we look at it, there are certain certain circumstances which caters to that. If you look at the property rights, it is definitely not a kind of, means one would say that skewed in terms of property rights. And of course, with that, the kind of access to resources, that is also unequal. And because of that, the resultant is that you have less access to education, less access to jobs, and also half of the society, that is women, if they are not allowed to do paid jobs in a market economy, then what we are kind of denying them is that and in terms of economy also we are losing. Of course, individually, there is a loss to the individuals and to the family and all. And as a society, collectively, we are not, or we are at suboptimum, and we are not using the full potential of the economy. So what we need to have equal access to women in the society for doing paid jobs in a market economy on equal terms and conditions as men. Then you achieve the fullest potential of the economic growth of that country. And if you deny that, the overall economic growth of the country is also denied. So that is something which we need to kind of focus on. And then only that the whole of the GDP of that country also gets a boost. So if we look at internationally, we can see a number of developments which we have which has taken place in the last few decades. And we have the 2030 sustainable development agenda, where we have a gender equality goal. If we look at Paris Agreement, it has kind of integrated the gender considerations into it. And we can look at the financial mechanism, because at the end of the day, finance that economic empowerment and all is the most important enabler. And if we look at the financial mechanism, for example, this particular convention, UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, there are gender policies developed for this financial mechanism. If you look at the operating entity of the financial mechanism, for example, the Green Climate Fund, there is gender policy. And even under the UNFCCC, over a period of years, we have the gender consideration into it. If we look at our NDC, India's NDC, yes, we have a mention of that importance of the gender equality in climate action. So that those things we can see. And another important point, which in the context of the promotion of solar or promotion of renewable energy and all, if we look at women in the society, many of those, maybe it is stereotypes, but there are a number of jobs which are kind of in reality, women takes care of various services, whether it is fetching water, cooking, nursing in the children and all. So largely these are taken care by women in the traditional or conventional, especially in the rural areas and also. It's very important that they do have access to an affordable and modern energy services, whether it is cooking, whether and if you look at the agriculture sector, a number of means there is a good amount of female work participation we can see in the agriculture sector. If there is a for example, post-harvest losses. So there are a lot of things in terms of energy access we can provide to the women so that they are enabled. For example, use of solar applications for the agriculture sector, that definitely in turn empowers women. So we need to focus on that, providing access to women as far as energy services are concerned. So if we don't provide that, then what happens is that as a society, in terms of economic value foregone, we can look into everything in terms of in economic terms. So there is an opportunity cost for it, and that would become an economic value foregone if we don't provide or equip the women in the society with that. So what is required is what I would say, that while we take climate actions, of course, men and women as a society we do take, but then in terms for giving that gender equality and all, we need to have positive affirmative actions as far as climate actions is concerned, especially in the context of strengthening adaptation. So another important point which I would like to mention is that from the whole of society perspective, but in particular about the women, is that, of course, awareness is very important, and we need to have those kind of behavioral changes which needs to be brought into the society. A certain amount of nudge we need to provide. And there was a clarion call from our Honorable Prime Minister about lifestyle for environment. And I'm sure means an educated, well-aware woman will be in a better position, or maybe more effective and efficient in spreading that message of nudge in the society and bringing that individual behavioral change. And another is the opportunities, the skill sets. When we transition to a sustainable or green transition, it's important that the skill sets is required for getting effected that transition, that is provided to the women in the society. Then you kind of effectively and efficiently bring that transition, and the use of the human resources to its full potential we can achieve. I remember about in the Indian context, maybe a decade back and all, there was some acronym which was used in the country, that is GEM Trinity. It's an abbreviation GEM, that is J stands for Jan Dhan, A stands for Aadhaar, and M stands for mobile. Jan Dhan means it is basically the banking service, financial inclusion, especially for women here. So that is Jan Dhan, a bank account in the name of women. A rural woman getting a bank account, it really empowers them. It's a great feeling. And Aadhaar, it is basically a biometric identification, and mobile, of course, these three put together brought the kind of inclusion which we talk about, and that was a kind of revolution which brought into the in the context of India. Especially, even I remember some around 15 years back, or maybe a bit more than that, when I got my first smartphone, I thought that the whole world is in front of me. That is the kind of empowerment as an educated woman I felt. So then you can imagine the kind of feeling which poor women in the rural areas got it. So these are very, very important kind of enablers. And I'm not kind of repeating what, as far as the climate actions are concerned, what we have done as a country. My colleague Suman has already indicated the many schemes, which it is very much a part of the development, the inclusion of gender and women-centric schemes are a very much important part of our development policy planning exercises through a various programs, policies, and measures. And there has been a great amount of course, there is great amount of success. At the same time, there is a great amount of work which we need to do going forward. So we are hearing in the COP29 here venue a lot about climate finance and NCQG and all. So definitely we need to have a great decision from here, which provides that provides the finances which is required in scale, so that we can take the gender actions which is equitable gender and equity. So with that, I would like to mention one more point. Yes, definitely we need to scale up. And India is one country where there is gender budgeting. So every scheme of government of India is screened through a gender lens and gender. So that is something, it is not a very recent one. In 2005, it was introduced in the country. So that also has helped in taking us forward as a society. So what we need to do is that we need to really scale. We have a number of successful stories, perhaps in isolation. What we need to do is that we need to integrate into it, integrate the same, mainstream or the same, and scale up. We are talking about an economy here. In the case of India, it's a major economy, a 1.4 billion population. That is what we are talking about. So really, we need to scale up. And there are, as I said, there are a number of schemes which are being, we need to further and further integrate. So my last point is that we are preparing, or we have initiated the preparation of a national adaptation plan for India. That is the first national adaptation plan prepared for India. And we are taking a cue from the global goal on adaptation decision, which was taken last year at COP28, where gender consideration has been very well articulated in that GGA decision, global goal on adaptation. Taking that cue from that, our national adaptation plan, which we have already started the preparation, it has various sectors identified like agriculture, water, forestry, ecosystems, disaster management, infrastructure resilience. But all these plans or these sectors and the plans which we prepare for these sectors will have a cross-cutting theme, that is the gender, which would be included in it. And maybe next year by this time we have that plan, and we will be able to speak much more about gender and adaptation plan, and that guides. It is going to be a very vital strategic document that guides our adaptation actions, which will integrate gender also into it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting some of the social and economic barriers that women face, but also reinforcing India's commitment to a just and gender inclusive energy as well as economic transition going forward. And also highlighting a lot of examples of how this transition can be achieved, not just by India, but also similar economies. I think we all would be looking forward to the national adaptation plan that you talked about, and how that integrates gender into it. I would now like to invite Mr. Shishir Seth, Chief of Unit Governance and Partnerships, International Solar Alliance, to please felicitate Ms. Chandra and Ms. Ray. Thank you. Can we get a group photograph? Yeah. We will now begin with the panel discussion. I'd invite Ms. Yamit Dagnet to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you very much. Well, I don't know for you, but for those who arrived this morning, we were welcomed this morning by a negotiating text that upset everybody. And I feel today, after this first introduction, quite some happiness. I think we heard the term inclusion, revolution, with such enthusiasm. And it's really an honor for me to be here and with an excellent panel to really go further into looking at how we can really dig into those experiences. It's happening. It's not just about talk. Actually, we are translating some of the signals we're receiving from the different COPs into reality. And we heard earlier that women are disproportionately impacted by the effect of climate change. But when they're empowered, there are generally, they are so successful at transforming and bringing effective change to their household, their communities, their societies. And the challenges, as much as the opportunities, are greater in the global south and in low-income countries, in small islands, which are highly vulnerable to the changes in climate and have very often more limited capacities to adapt, but more innovation also to adapt. And we started to hear that. And we know that when it comes to the job opportunities, the transition to a clean energy, to decarbonization, can bring about 139 million jobs. And in the energy sector, about more than 100 million. So more than 2/3 in the energy sector. And this is why ISA, plays such a critical role to really take in the solar sector, the reskilling, upskilling, to really make that transition workforce a beacon of that transition, the transition we want to see. And leveraging women's participation as change agents can encourage, influence, speed up energy transformation. In the rural side, and we've seen with our partners like SIWA, the Self-Employed Women Association, as mentioned by the minister in the ministry, in the green villages, women form a large percentage of the agrarian workforce. And especially when it comes to India, 80% of women in rural India are employed in agriculture. So we have seen that translated in those transformative green villages. But I don't want to speak too much. We know that gender gap is driven by unequal access to education, limited access for women to technical skills, training opportunities, and this is what we're going to see today: how to turn the tide. So with no further ado, I would like to really get into the conversation to look into how to bring innovation, and starting with a question for all speakers. And I'm going to actually not stay here, but come closer to the panelists to have actually more of a conversation. But the first question I'm telling you is one for all of you. It's really to hear the success stories of women-led actions and how such examples can be scaled. So I will start, with Ambassador Sandy Nafo and and it's good that in this, both in the panel and also in the audience, while we're empowering, we're talking about the role of women, we are very much supported by the men, So I just wanted to emphasize that. And over to you, Ambassador Nafo.
Thank you, Yamit, and good afternoon, everyone. I feel extremely humbled to be the first I don't even know what, the first person to take the floor in a on a panel which is about women and empowerment. This is the way I call it. So my example is a very simple. So I come from Mali, which is in West Africa, which is in the middle of the Sahel and the Sahara Desert, and most of our vegetables are grown by women, and they organize themselves in women cooperative, both in urban areas and rural areas. And I was amazed a few years ago by just, and this is how one technology changed the whole economics, changed the whole livelihoods, solar water pump. They were using, and many of them are using diesel generators to pump water. And we're not, we don't produce any oil. And that was literally destroying the whole economics. And those women were supporting their families, they were supporting the kids and education. So, and this was through a grant. So by changing the diesel generator to solar water pump, we change everything. We maintain and increase revenue, which are the replicating and a multiplier effect down the road in really changing everything in that community. So that led us to think about a program where we literally map systematically all the technologies. So solar water pump is coming at the production, but pre-harvest, you have drip irrigation. Post-harvest, you have cold storage. So we did a very exhaustive mapping of all those technologies. And we're now coming with a new program, which is called the Ecoverse, which is about building climate resilient and economic prosperous communities where we really make all those solutions. And I'm talking about land rights, I'm talking about credit, I'm talking about ag and ag technology and ag techniques to women, because they're really driving that change. And I'll stop there because that's the end of my 3 minutes. Very happy to be here in the ISA pavilion. I was in Delhi 11 March 2018 at the launch of ISA. I was an ambassador then with my president. And the story goes, I went to the market and bought a PM Modi suit, and the president was extremely jealous. And he said, well, Seni, how are you buying that nice suit? Why didn't you get it for the whole delegation? And I've been wearing PM Modi suits ever. And it's just that today, for whatever reason, I'm not wearing one. So very happy to be back at ISA and happy to see familiar faces. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Seni, to continue with this enthusiasm and to reflect on, how we can to bring that story live, in Africa, in Togo and in Mali. And it would be good actually since you got us back to Delhi and to India, I would like to ask the same question to you, Aditi.
Yes, thank you so much. And actually, thank you that this discussion has been focusing very much on agriculture. We have been hearing around agricultural solar farms. And as I work with the CGIAR, which is the world's largest publicly funded research and innovation organization, we work in 80 countries around the world, all in Global South. And I actually come from the same continent as yours. I'm these days based in Nairobi. But the example I want to give is neither from Kenya nor from India, but actually from Nepal. So it was exactly the same situation as you describe in Mali, women farmers, smallholders growing vegetables, but with diesel pumps, very expensive diesel. Then very often they're either not available or just women just simply don't have that access. Then the project that we worked with the government of Nepal, and I work with a research organization, and I'm a scientist. So our interest was in making sure, how do we know the solar technology, solar pumps are a cost-effective technology, but there are barriers. How do women actually get those technologies? So the government of Nepal, AEPC, and I know Nepal is now also a member of ISA. So the Alternate Energy Promotion Center was actually piloting a scheme of 60% subsidy to farmers. And we said from our research project, what if we add another 10% of subsidy if the applicant is woman, and also make sure that the land on which the solar pump is installed is actually then transferred to her name. which we thought would be a big deal and there would be resistance, but it turned out it wasn't, because the government of Nepal already had a scheme that gives tax rebates to women if the land was in their name. So it wasn't as difficult as we thought, and we actually got majority of the applications from women farmers, because I mean 70% subsidy is better than 60%, right? And in the process, there was an actual incentive for the land to be transferred to the woman's name. And then this was kind of then also taken up by very many municipalities, because in the Nepal's new constitution, the municipalities had a lot of access to resources. So this was the example I wanted to talk about. If you have another round, maybe I can provide some examples from Bangladesh and also from India, where the gender aspect did not work as well as it could have. So I'll give it back to you.
Thank you very much. I think, those examples and innovation in terms of incentives on top of what we heard earlier about women budgeting, for me, that was also new in terms of transparency. I would like now to go into small islands, a different setting, different challenges, sometimes. Can you tell us more on some of the success stories?
Thank you so much. Well, my name is Sandeep and I'm from Fiji, and I'm sure all of you in the room know where Fiji is. We are from the Pacific. I work for ICER as a program head for small island developing states. ICER, as many of you know, have been working across the globe in different regions of the world, working and assisting countries and working with communities to transition to green energy. In the Pacific, we are working with the communities on various projects, and the one that I'd like to share or two actually, is the story from Tonga. We're working with communities on the solarization of the solar water pumping. And after the project was completed, I saw the clip that was played at the ICE assembly just 2-3 weeks ago. The smiles on the face of the women from the community was so heartwarming. They were so happy because we've had, and I was quite moved by what the director said earlier about empowerment of women is so important. And her getting a smartphone and how happy she was. And that I was thinking about how the women from Tonga, for example, were so happy when they got access to clean, safe drinking water. And there was a session that was earlier had where we talked about many communities in the Pacific don't have access to safe, clean drinking water. So how energy, solar energy in particular, that is so abundant in the small island states can improve the livelihoods of people, not only in the water sector, but other sectors as well. I'd like to just very quickly, I know we don't have much time, and we'll talk later about other work that ICER is doing in this space. But I'd like to talk about this Lady of Light. And this story is very moving, and it's from Fiji. So, and she said, solar, this is clean. It's from God above. It leaves no gas, no rubbish. It's a gift. And I wish more people accept this as the only power for our planet. So this person, her name is Lotani Nambur. She was trained by under this program that's run by the government of India and with the UNDP. So she was sent to India, got trained, empowered. She went back to her village. She's a grandmother actually of 3. And she then set up a grid for her village after getting trained. And now she lights up 37 households in a village. A grandmother, and this story is just very inspiring from Fiji. She says she's no longer scared of darkness because there's light. And she was part of 10 women who traveled to India and a joint program. And now they're mostly known in Fiji as Solar Grandmothers, or the Fijian government, or the Fijian name is called Solar now. And she was trained for 6 months. Like I said, she went back and she, within 10 months, set up this village power grid. And now she's saying the kids within the village are able to have access to light. They can study. The women can work at night because there's light. And she hopes that the experiences and the lessons could be replicated and scaled up to other communities. And we are working through ISA now to build capacity and to empower women across different countries in the states so that we can have a more projects similar to this. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I think I really like the notion of ladies of light, and to have those solar grandmothers. I think you highlighted the core benefits beyond the economics of the revolution of the solar energy on education, safety, which we can take for granted in some other countries. Thank you very much for that. I would like to dig a little bit, further and ask you in particular, maybe starting again, for you, how ISA works in building that capacity, the approach that is being made. So you gave 2 examples of outcomes. So if we sit a little bit more into understanding the capacity building program that ISA is doing within the Pacific, that would be really great, and maybe other islands.
So maybe I can talk about our STAR-C program. The STAR-C program is we work with the governments, the member countries, and we set up centers across the globe. In the Pacific, we have worked with the government of Kiribati and with the Kiribati Institute of Technology. And so it will be used as a training center, very much like the technical aspect of the institute, to train communities, and of course, we want to include women as part of the training so that when they go back to their communities, they're able to fix little things and also maybe set up their own small businesses. So there's an economic empowerment aspect to it as well. You don't need to have degrees to be able to start a solar business or to be able to do some of this work. We're also working with the government of in Fiji. We are carrying out some assessment in terms of how we can set up these STAR-C centers. We're talking to Vanuatu, and we're also talking to, there's a lot of interest that has come from the countries, because as you know, with the small island states, capacity constraint is a huge, in every sector, and energy is no different. And especially green energy. And the countries do have targets under the NDCs, and also they want to, and of course, when we talk about small island states, there is there's a lot of money that countries spend on importing fossil fuel because they're far economics of scale and all those. But also, as much as Pacific Island countries don't contribute much to their, the global emissions, but they want to be part of the solution. So they are all working towards going 100% renewable by 2030, and some saying 2050. They need resources. So obviously technology transfer and all those things they have brought to our ISA's attention. So of course, we are working with countries through the STAR-C on capacity development. We are identifying initiatives and working with other development partners to assist the Pacific Island countries to do the transition. And also in terms of policy, coming back to gender, we want to make sure that it's, anything that we do has the gender aspect to it, and it's mainstream into the work that not ISA does, but also the countries are doing. So it's very much well received, and we're working with the countries.
Thank you very much. I wanted to get back to you. You were just on the verge to tell us a little bit more, actually example. I would like to hear from you some suggestions on how to make women more resilient to climate change impact, but to bring it to scale. You wanted to engage us into that scaling journey, and it would be really good, Aditi, to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So again, yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to talk of with two examples, one from Bangladesh, where I think how energy is accessed also matters, the models. So in Bangladesh, again, in the context of solar irrigation, a project that we did with SDC, that's the Swiss Development Corporation, and ISA was also a partner. One of the things we saw was the models of implementation matters. So we had these solar pumps that were either on a basis of, say, ownership, and the ownership would always almost go to the large male farmer. And then there were models that were more of a service provider model. So basically large pumps are being installed by an implementing agency, which was ITCOL, again, their main renewable energy financing corporation. And they've installed these large solar pumps, but those were only making, they would operate by selling water services to others. And when you had this ownership model versus this more of a service-oriented model, actually women farmers benefited more from the service-oriented model, because these service providers, their only interest was breaking even. The capital costs were high, so they had absolutely no time to kind of, discriminate between who they are selling water to. They were simply selling water to because they had to break even. Similarly, India has this amazing program, PM Kusum, and a bit of a predecessor of PM Kusum was in Gujarat. That's the program in Gujarat was about grid-connected solar, which is again a fantastic program, because what it really does is gives the farmers in Gujarat, some parts of Gujarat in India are very water scarce. So having these solar pumps that are connected to the grid gives farmers options of either during a drought year selling electricity to the grid instead of farming. And so many farmers in Saurashtra are actually doing that. And that also helps. India also has a groundwater problem. So we have a problem of groundwater overexploitation. So when you connect these solar pumps to the grid, and you have the incentive that farmers can sell electricity, so that's a separate income stream. So when that income stream kind of comes in, then farmers exercise the choice of between either pumping or pumping more responsibly, so that they are actually reducing groundwater exploitation and getting some, energy money from selling energy. Here, the point though was, because it was a grid connected scheme, only those who already had a connection, an electric pump connection. Here, it was a replacement of electric pump with solar pump. In Bangladesh and in Nepal, it was more of diesel to solar. But here, because these farmers already had an electric connection, and all these connections they had got in 1960s, 70s, all the connections were necessarily in the name of the head of the household, which by de facto were male. So basically, the nature of the project was such that a beautiful project, but because the condition was that you have to have an electricity connection into your name, there was no way that we could ensure that some of the benefits are also going to women. And so this is, I think, designing of these are also very, very important, because if we want to ensure that the benefits go to women, we have to actually design those in that way.
Thank you very much, because, to highlight what works, but also what doesn't, and how to prevent making and scaling up, the mistakes, creating actually maladaptation, as we tend to see too often, unfortunately. But, you highlighted, like how we can beat the cost of energy imports, how we can get some win-win, solutions. And we traveled from Nepal, Tonga, Togo, India, Fiji, Bangladesh, India already. Seni, now I come to you. You've been both on the inside and outside of the negotiations. How can we elevate this issue to ensure that gender inclusive energy transition is central? How to make it really resonate and really be a reality?
I think the challenge that but we have in the process. And I think this is not just limited to, for instance, gender energy transition. I mean, whenever you want to do concrete action on this process is not really designed to do anything concrete on the ground. So when you want to do anything concrete on the ground, the infrastructure is not there, because what we're talking about here on this panel are things which happen on the ground, and we know about those things on the ground because we've been involved. So the process here is extremely top down. It's not a bottom up process. So if we want the process to be informed by what we do on the ground, to sort of just be informed and then replicate and scale, those actors on the ground, I mean, somebody would have to play an intermediary role. It's definitely not the farmers, I mean, the women farmers or who are going to come to COP and negotiate, but there needs to be intermediary institutions and platform who would map all those solutions. I mean, when I say aggregate them, I mean aggregate them in some publication or in some format, and bring that to the global agenda. So the global agenda can take it forward, whether through COP, like a COP decision per se, or whether through the appropriate mechanism, support mechanism, be it the technology mechanism or the financial mechanism, the operating entities of the financial mechanism, now Loss and Damage Fund, Adaptation Fund, and GCF. And I think those arrangements haven't been built. And literally sitting here, and I had a similar conversation about agriculture. And I was just meeting farmer groups between Africa. This is to me like the Africa-India dialogue. But again, it's always, at the end of the day, we have the solutions to many of this in the global South. And basically, we just need ways and means to replicate and scale. So we have to do that job, and we have to create then those arrangements or those bridges between the ground and up. And that has been done, but I'm sure that institutions such as yours, NDRC and others should bring that to the forefront, so that it's packaged in a manner that those who negotiate can then put them on the table. Because many times when you read the outcomes of those, they feel not only top down, but they feel not really grounded, to say the very least, because there's other actors and it's a power relationship. There are other actors who are here talking on behalf of the South, or talking on behalf of really the ground, and being from the ground, we sort of know those solutions, and we might have ideas on how to scale them. But this is a fundamental challenge, because the system is top down and it doesn't create that space. But we have to address it. Sorry of not negotiating anymore.
Well, you're going to facilitate the access of finance, hopefully, for the GCF as co-chair of, the GCF, the Green Climate Fund right now. But I think from what you said, and, this dialogue is, India, Africa, all the islands, it's growing, it's going really beyond. And it makes me think about an expression that I heard today from a high-level trade representative from UNCTAD, and she was using the expression of networking multilateralism. And I think this is what we are currently doing. If we are serious about creating, connecting the dots, between the different sectors, between the different actors, we need all hands on deck to really get to where we need to do, to see and to keep temperature increase as low as possible, to get to that net zero, to just get safer, healthier future, prosperous, and equitable future for all. And women are like dandelion. This is, why I do have, this. They are like dandelion. the dandelions are plants that you find in every single continent, including Antarctica. You cannot get rid of them. They're so resilient. And they have a nurturing healing power. And when you blow them, they're spreading and seeding everywhere and how far they can. So this is what, I've been inspired by those before me, those who spoke, at the beginning of this session, our ancestors and the women from our ancestors, to be here and to continue the torch with the men, without whom we are not going to go as far. So with this, I would like to really thank all of you and this amazing panel so that we continue the journey. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to finish. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today for this much needed, timely discussion. Thank you for your time and for your very, very pertinent remarks. Can I also invite Samir Kawatra to felicitate our speakers?
facilitate dialogue among government, private sector, and financial institutions and relevant stakeholders to foster collaboration for sustainable rural energy projects under the Rural Electrification Fund model. In this particular session, we have got representatives from the government of Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Fiji, and Papua New Guinea who will be joining us online. And they will be sharing with us examples of successful rural electrification fund or initiatives similar to that in their respective countries. Before I invite our panel members and government representatives to present on the initiatives that they are undertaking in their respective countries, I'd like to invite the head of programs at ISA, Mr. Ramesh, sir, to deliver his welcome and opening remarks on behalf of ISA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandeep, for organizing this session, which is Universal Energy Access, modeling of the Rural Electrification Fund. To start with, let me welcome the national focal point from Vanuatu, Fiji, the representative from PNG, Solomon Islands. Warm welcome for this session. And this is I think this is a very important session, even though this is the last session today and we have few participants. Nevertheless, I think this is very important to share the kind of structure of this fund. Just putting the context, I think this is what I understand is 4% of Fiji's population do not have access to electricity, equating more than 7,100 Fijian households. These Fijian dwells in more than 300 rural communities and 110 islands, far from their nearest national electricity grid. So Fiji has made what you call Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, in short FREF, which is a Fiji government-led initiative supported by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, established to entice private sector investment in rural electrification. What I understand, the project has received financial backing from the ADB, United Kingdom, the countries like UK, New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and Japan. And this will be done in phases. That's what I could understand. And so what FREF is aiming to a sustainable venture, providing clean and affordable electricity to outer and rural communities in Fiji that are not currently served by the main electric grid. FREF is envisaged to electrify approximately 300 rural communities, which consist of households, schools, and hospitals over a period of time using innovative renewable energy solutions. The provision of electricity is combined with modern auxiliary services such as smart meters, mobile payments to go, among other things, simplifying payment processing and provision peaks. FREF uses a revolving fund structure under which affordable monthly tariff payments for rural communities, combined with the grant financing received from development and donor partners, are placed into a trust fund and used to electrify additional rural communities throughout Fiji. Through this FREF program, the Fiji government aims to electrify 300 rural communities currently without access to electricity to replace the diesel generators currently relied on by over 2,900 households. Going on, I think to prove the concept of FREF, a demonstration project was implemented and commissioned before COP23 meeting at Vio Island outside Lautoka. Okay. This also acts as the first project to be funded using private financing through the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. The community of Vio Island, consisting of 56 households, has undergone life-changing experience following the commissioning of the project. Following the completion of the project, 3 businesses were set up on island, with 2 of them operated by women. Also, improvements has been noticed in performance and attendance in the school, and the village has developed and established a saving mechanism for community development. So let me stop here because this is a very interesting fund, which is the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, FREF. And the proof of concept kind of a demonstration has been done. And the learnings from this is very important. And I think this may be a, even we will discuss among the island countries, but I think this also can be very useful to take into other countries. Even I'm just saying in African countries in similar way. And the learnings from there could be maybe these learnings from whatever has achieved these in island countries can also be replicated not only African countries, even other island countries. So I'm looking forward for a very interesting discussion on that, so that the national focal points and other representatives can give a important points coming out of this fund creation. Even this will be useful for ISA. We are also creating a kind of trust fund. I think even this will be useful for even ISAs overall. So let me stop here and once again welcome all the audience here. We have a limited audience, but I'm sure this is very important subject, and this is one of the important ways to make it very sustainable, so that the different donor fundings can come together and help the rural communities to meet their energy access. So let me hand over back to Sandeep for taking up the panel discussion. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh, sir. And it is a very important topic for the islands. And as you mentioned, this is something that could be replicated anywhere in the world, in other regions as well. In Fiji, it has been quite a success, and I'm so happy to know that the Director of Energy is here. He has been very involved in the establishment of this fund, and also for it to be operational, and he will definitely take us through the structure that was established and the process that was undertaken by the government of Fiji in the establishment of this fund. And they also have got funding from the Australian government and other development partners to operationalize and implement projects on the ground. So with that, I will like to introduce Mr. Michele Bellana. He's the Director of Energy from Fiji, and he is ISIS national focal point. He's been working at the Energy Department for a very long time, and he's got a lot of experiences that he is going to share with us today. So we look forward to hearing from him about this fund and how they have actually operationalized it. So, Director, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Michael Mbelana from Fiji, representing the government Department of Energy. Yes, just to add on to the program that we are running back at home on the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, has been highlighted by the opening remarks from the head of program. The program, the facility of the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund was actually established in 2017 with the aim of attracting private investment and also the participation of private sectors, investors, to assist government with the acceleration of our electrification program. And we have around close to 300 communities that have already been supported with electrification through diesel generators
and even some have been assisted with the solar home system. But the need for electricity continues to increase for these communities. And we understand the challenges that we face with the supply of generators, taking into account the geographical locations of our islands. Most of them are remotely located. We have the challenges of accessibility and even looking at logistics. So when we operate using generators, we often encountered with an increasing price of fuel, especially the landing price of fuel in these islands, and also the repair and maintenance cost. So with the establishment of the program, what we intend to achieve is to provide the communities with a more sustainable and reliable source of supply through the use of microgrid system. So what we're actually planning to do is to install solar together with BESS, battery energy storage system, and we'll have the generator to act as a backup. So what we actually, briefly how the FREF facility works, it is actually independent of government. We have our own governing structure. We have a constitution, and it's established outside of under the Charitable Trust Act. So what happens is that the facility, the money that is coming from the donor partners will be channeled to this trust account, and we have the governance, the permanent secretaries of the government ministries that are the signatories to this trust account. And with the support of the Arizona State University, at the moment, we've actually carried out feasibility studies for around 76 communities. And with the funding that we have received from donor partners, we'll be using to mobilize and also electrify these communities. Something that we actually trying to promote is to engage the private sector to come in to operate, to build, operate, and manage the system, and to transit away from the traditional model that we are using, where we directly engaging the community to operate and carry out the repair and maintenance. And most of the times, the systems are not sustainable because of the lack of technical knowledge and also the poor management and governance structure that we have in the communities. So with the participation of companies, we are hoping to achieve that, provide a more sustainable solution, and also provide the opportunities for the private sector to come in and operate this microgrid system. So was something that at the moment we actually implementing the model. We are very grateful to the support from our partners from the UNDP and also from the Global Green Growth Institute that have provided technical support with their robust procurement and financial regulation. So they've been assisting us to implement the program on the ground. What we're also intending to achieve, we're trying to get away from the idea of just looking at electricity generation. Now we're wanting to expand, integrate other areas, the needs on the ground. I think in the morning we're having the session on, in the afternoon, just around midday, we're having the session on water and energy nexus. So with this microgrid system, we're actually trying to address other areas in terms of water supply, looking at agriculture, looking at mobile connectivity, even in terms of the health and education sectors. So we are going much broader, expanding the services that we provide from just concentrating on electricity generation to cover other aspects that will help improve the livelihood in these communities. Maybe I'll stop there and then I'll come back to the other questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Maybe we can move on to our next panelist, and he's our NFP from Vanuatu. I call him Tony. He's He's Anthony Gare, and he's been with the Department of Energy since 2030, and he again has got considerable experience in energy sector, working nationally and regionally, and he is an electrical engineer and also has got masters in engineering in power and energy system. So Tony has been with the ministry again. He's also managing a similar fund to what we have in Fiji. And so he would be sharing with us, the processes that they undertook in establishment of the Vanuatu National Green Energy Fund. And I understand from my previous interaction with the director that again this fund is working well, and they are also talking to a number of development partners who are working in this space in Vanuatu. So one of the things Vanuatu is trying to do is to use this fund as a mechanism to better coordinate implementation work in the renewable energy sector in Vanuatu. Tony, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. And also I'd like to say thank you to Isa for giving me this opportunity to share Vanuatu's experience around the establishment of the what we call the Vanuatu National Green Energy Fund. So similar to Fiji, similar concept. As you know, for us in the islands, when it comes to access, most of the islands, given we have a big number of islands dispersed over the country, and like for Fiji, Vanuatu has a total of 83 islands, out of which 65 are habitat. And with these geographical challenges, it makes it difficult for us to provide access to these last mile communities. Therefore, that has been the driving factor towards Vanuatu establishing a so-called homegrown fund to look at specifically or addressing the needs of the last mile communities, similar to Fiji. So for Fiji, it's FREF. For Vanuatu, it's called the National Green Energy Fund. It's generalized in a way because it's not only providing, it's not only supporting access to energy, but it also implement the national energy roadmap of Vanuatu objective, out of which access is one, including renewable energy, energy security, and green growth. So similar to Fiji, for Vanuatu, the National Green Energy Fund, or we call it the NGEF, is established by way of an act back in 2018 and fully operationalized in 2019. And that it began by way of a council of or cabinet decision to establish this fund with the intention of implementing the national goals, energy goals of Vanuatu, but also having a financing vehicle, a local financing vehicle to leverage climate financing from other donors abroad. So I think those are the key objective of establishing such a fund. The fund, again, similar to the FREF or the Fiji Fund, Rural Electrification Fund, it's independent of the government system. It has its own governance structure, to which it has a board that decides or endorse all the activities under the fund to implement. And so the board members, in terms of the composition, the members comprise specifically directors of key public institutions like the Department of Finance, Department of Local Authority, Department of Water, and others. So I think with that, the board sits independently of the government system when it comes to endorsing initiatives that is implemented under the fund. So the fund, when it first started, in terms of the capital investment, it was financed by the government of Vanuatu. So initially the government pledges 500 million Vatu to kickstart the operation of the NGF, but also starting implementing other projects, rural electrification projects. So they have different products within the fund itself. There's some grant-based support. And also with how the fund has been structured, given its revolving nature, one of the key product in there is soft loan that has been offered, especially to public institutions at an interest rate of 6%. So that 6% interest in Vanuatu is more or less very low compared to the commercial banks in Vanuatu. So to date, we've been supporting education projects, electrifying schools, health centers, cooperatives, and also what we call the area councils, given the decentralization policy of the government, where we have representation of the government in all the communities around Vanuatu. So the officers of the area councils, we support them by electrifying their offices through the fund itself. So to date, since the establishment of the fund, in terms of the interest that we've collected so far after delivering almost 200 projects under that NGF mechanism, we are almost hitting 20 million Vatu worth of interest that we've collected in terms of the soft loan that we've issued to the schools, health centers, and others. So that are some of the activities that we're done to date. And I think in terms of leveraging other climate financing to date, so far we have been fortunate to be supported by KOICA, the Korean government, through KOICA, supporting, offering a subsidy, further subsidy to the schools. So we over when we got the KOICA support, we offer a subsidy of 50% grant-based support to the schools, and then the remaining 50% is loaned to the school by NGF at an interest rate of 6%. I think what we've been doing to date in terms of revisiting the structure itself, now similar to what Fiji has been doing, given the success in Fiji, UNDP is also supporting us in trying to deliver the same for Vanuatu in terms of what it has been doing in Fiji. And I think one of the benefit of that is to promote economy of scale. As you've heard from Director Mika, one of the intention also is to bring private sector participation. But then when the private sector comes in, it's often a risk when it comes to the scale of the project. So I think that's something that UNDP is trying to deliver, supporting Fiji and Vanuatu being a close neighbor. It makes sense to support this group of islands to deliver rural electrification through such funds. I think I'll stop here, but I'm willing to get or receive any further questions from the audience later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. That was really good for you to share with us how much funds has been raised. And also, I think in Fiji's case, a similar amount of fund has been raised through the Fiji FREP. And also the desire to engage more private sector or get them into the mix as well. If I may now invite our dear friend from Solomon Islands, Mr. Richard Bapo. He's again has been working in the renewable energy sector for a very long time. And within the government of Solomon Islands, he works in policy reform space. As I understand, Solomon Island, after seeing the success of rural electrification fund set up in Fiji and Vanuatu, is very keen to have a similar fund set up for Solomon Islands, and it has been endorsed by their cabinet after the 2024 National Energy Summit that was held in September. So if I may now kindly invite Mr. Richard to take us through the thought process in setting up a National Electrification Fund and the process that was undertaken, and also, what are some of the challenges that they're facing in setting up this fund, and what are the likely opportunities?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Isa, and thank you, colleagues from the Pacific and the other friends that are here with us today. As mentioned by Madam herself, I think Solomon Islands, the energy access is very, very low. Currently, we're at around 20% access to grid connections. And the geographical makeup of Solomon Islands is it's made of many islands. So the challenge of doing electrification is really hard. And doing projects from the national government budget is really, really tough indeed. Especially when you want to implement projects under the development budgets of the country. I think over the years, the country has been trying to increase the rate of electrification and realizing some lessons from other Pacific neighbors like Fiji and Vanuatu. I think as of last year, the government was looking at setting up those funds, and recently, as mentioned, during the Energy Summit 2024 for Solomon Islands, we invited our colleagues from Fiji and Vanuatu to come and share their experience with regards to the electrification fund. So they did come over to the country and share their experience. And it was a good time because most of the ministers, especially in the national government, attended the summit itself. So they were able to be convinced by the lessons that are being shared from other neighboring countries. So as of last month, 2024, this year, October, we're able to have that endorsement from the National Cabinet to actually go ahead with the establishment of the fund. So I think as from today, the next step forward is to actually engage in consultation and see the mode we can operate this, the fund itself. So I think that's the next step forward for us towards doing the electrification fund. Currently, most of the projects we do are actually from donor-funded projects, especially with JEF funded, and some with ADB, doing some of the projects in turning those diesel powered plants into solar. I think those are mainly for the urban centers. As I've mentioned, 80% of the population lives down there at the rural areas, and they still actually use those standalone systems. What we think to do with the National Electrification Fund is to have grid connections, grid connected systems for the rural areas. So I think there's a difference that we've seen from having national funded project, it almost takes around 4 to 5 years to actually implement probably a 40 kilowatt system. But when you have this kind of fund, you can actually probably implement 4 systems right across that same period of time. So I think the need to actually have this fund in place is really good. It will make a big difference in actually electrifying or having the access rate going up. So I think from our side, we still have to learn a lot in setting up the fund, and we've been getting in touch with our neighbors from Fiji and Vanuatu to actually set up the fund. And we're hoping that other partners might join us, especially in the consultation and drafting of those policies safeguarding the fund itself. So I think from now on, our next step would be to actually have an act in place. That should be the next step, an act, and then we should go into the setup of the fund. I think that's a short brief from us, from someone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. We have another colleague who's joined online from PNG. He'll talk about the Papua New Guinea Electrification Trust Fund under the PNG National Energy Authority. So Eddie, if you're online, please, if you can tell us about the fund under the National Energy Authority. Eddie? Have we lost him? Hello, Eddie? You're probably muted. Okay, so I think it's quite late in PNG. It's probably after midnight. But he's connected. Oh, he's connected, but okay. Anyway, it must be the AI that's connected on his behalf. Okay. At this time of their night. So I think what we'll do, we understand everybody had a very tiring day today. If anyone has any pressing question for our panelists, you can grab them after the session because we understand it's late and some of you have to go. But before concluding, I think, maybe I will hand it over to Mr. Ramesh, sir, our Chief of Programs and Projects, who's in charge of implementing projects across the globe for International Solar Alliance, to conclude the session and provide any advice and recommendation for the countries going forward and how ISA could work with the countries and assist them in in resource mobilization or even assisting, for example, Solomon Islands to set up their trust fund as they move forward. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh.
Thank you, Sandeep. First of all, let me thank Mr. Michele, Mr. Tony, and Mr. Richard for giving your valuable inputs. Very, very happy to listen to you. And I'm sure both Mr. Richard will definitely benefit out of the learnings from Fiji and Vanuatu. So that will be a great input. Have some very few questions because we can discuss it later. But this coming to Fiji, this you have established in 2017, and now almost 5 years. What is exactly the learning so far? Do you think any changes could have been done from the experience? You think that some things you think, no, the fund could have been like this, or some
restructuring or some things we missed or anything. Did you have any kind of if you review it today, if any suggestions will be there for that? So I would like to know about that. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. From the experience that we've had, and also within a few years that we've been implementing the program, we haven't actually gone into the implementation. What we've been doing for the last couple of years is to have the structure, the governance structure in place. We have to go through all the government processes to put in place the right constitution, making sure that we have a very transparent and clear guidelines, because we are not only working alone, we're working together with our partners, UNDP, and even with the Global Green Growth Institute, and also other partners that are providing technical support to us. Even though it's outside of government, but government is still held accountable for this funding. So that's why we really need to see a very clear governance structure in place, and also aligning that to the processes that are with our partners, because we'll be engaging the UNDP procurement and financial guidelines. So end of the day, it's about accountability, making sure that the use of the funds, even if it's engaging the UNDP guidelines of procurement processes, it has to be somehow be more transparent, and we need to have some what we can say, like some sort of spots where we need to they need to provide some reports or feedback to government on how the funds has been. And also something else that we've with experience, how can we attract the private sector to come in? As mentioned by Vanuatu and even Solomon Islands, the geographical locations, the economy of scale is not there. So how can we get in the private sector to build and operate and manage these systems? We have at the end of the day, private sector, it's about a return in the investment. So that's where we need to look at identifying the level of subsidy that we need to provide. At the moment, we're looking at options. What will be the subsidy options that we need to provide to make it attractive to the private sector to come on board? And then we have to bundle the projects together. We're talking about small communities, 20, 30 houses in one community, and they got a very low energy consumption density, low population density, and the consumption is also less. So how can we make it attractive? So we'll need to, of course, put in place some sort of incentives through subsidy to make the private sector to come on board.
Many thanks. It's very important to establish the fund in such a transparent and the accountability of all the stakeholders. So that's very critical. Many thanks for this input, and we will take it forward. Maybe we can discuss more on those things. But the same question I would also reach out to Mr. Tony, that what's your experience so far with whatever you have created? Because you have also created in 2018, so almost after 4 years. What do you think? Or do you think that, I'm not very clear whether in your fund, the private sector participation is part of it, or it's more of the intervention is through only government institutions? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think based on the experience of implementing this fund since 2019 is the challenge to deploy projects at scale. So like I mentioned earlier, the almost 200 projects systems that we've delivered to the mostly public institutions like schools, health centers, and so forth. But those you're talking about kilowatt systems, 5 kilowatt systems, and so forth. But the target the target beneficiaries are more than public institutions. We want to promote the model, like we've heard from the colleague in Fiji, is looking beyond energy access, delivering access to the community, but also promoting productive use of energy. Because for the islands, when you look at the sustainability of the systems, especially at the very last mile communities, it's there's always a risk for willingness to pay of those systems at the end of the month. So the management model or the sustainability model of the system is very crucial in terms of what really works well for us, both financially and technically. So coming back to your question, the fund is not limited to government funds only, but it's intended to mobilize climate financing, international climate financing, but also welcoming private sector. But then you have this challenge of having this right or conducive environment to make it attractive for the private sector. But I think for us, when it comes to sustainability, based on the experience we've seen, is systems managed and operated by the private sector under PPP arrangement with the government. Those systems are sustainable. They last for a long time. So, but then when we do that under PPP arrangement, then it comes with a cost as well, especially for the private sector, given that they have the technical strength to manage those systems, but it comes with the cost that is passed on through the tariff for the consumers to absorb. So the financing modality is important, and also the technical approach that we take. So if you look at the sustainability for us, for economics and finance people, they would conclude by saying the most implementing approach for the off-grid system is a full grant-based finance approach or a combination. But then you may have some form of guarantee if you were to engage the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for, of course, I'm also, there's almost 2 years in between. The COVID also has taken out a lot of time. Many things would not have happened during that period also, the couple of years. So I think this is great. These two funds have been established, and they slowly, I think, you will start getting the results. Of course, the challenges of scale, which is very paramount for the private sector, and it may be very important to see there is a certain level of returns, otherwise private sector will not come. But then too much of their expectation also will be a problem for the governments to see that. So it's a thank you for the inputs on that. I will not have any question to Mr. Richard because you are in the process of doing it, but I'm sure there are many of these learnings, and I think this is a great thing that the island countries are sharing this and then learning from each other, and these inputs will be very useful while selecting it. But one point is very clear: is there is a larger requirement to reach out to all rural population to get their energy requirements, and other productive users needs to be encouraged these things. So with that, let me conclude from my side, but back to once again to Sandeep.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, sir, for those questions. They definitely will help us as ISA to engage, especially when it comes to establishment of such funds, in-country coordination. This was quite well discussed at the senior officials meeting that was held in Nandi, the funds, and also getting other Pacific Island countries to set up similar funds. So, and like to congratulate Solomon Islands for starting the process to establish theirs as well. With that, I think we have come to the end of this session. I'd like to thank everyone. We know it's quite late, everyone for attending. And if you have any specific questions, please feel free to reach out to the panelists. And I'd like to thank Mr. Ramesh sir as well. And unfortunately, our PNG colleague is probably sleeping at this time. So thank you again, and we hope to see you tomorrow.